Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're just in our Committee of the Whole closed meeting, and we're discussing a couple of items. First of all, proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land related to the Cataract Way Estate Business Park, and also an item about a proposed acquisition or disposition of land, 440 King Street West. Mr. Clerk, I'll ask for a motion to rise from Committee of the Whole closed meeting.
Moved by Councillor Turner, seconded by Councillor Holland, that Council rise from Committee of the Whole closed meeting without reporting.
Please vote. And that carries. Next, I'll ask for approval of the addeds. We only have a few items of communication and one withdrawal of a bylaw. Can I ask for a mover? Moved by Councillor Turner, seconded by Councillor Schell. Please vote. That carries. Are there any disclosures of potential pecuniary interest? Councillor Schell.
Thank you, Mayor Patterson. I, Liz Schell of the Council of the Corporation of the City of Kingston, declare my pecuniary interest in the matter of Clause 4, Report 28, Planning Committee, Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment, 495 Princess Street and 233 University Avenue, as my son is part owner of a nearby business. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Schell, what were the clauses on that report? Clause 4. That's great. Thank you. Councillor Candon.
I, Adam Candon, of the Council of the Corporation of the City of Kingston, declare my pecuniary interest in the matter of Clause 28, Report Number 4. I'm involved in multiple unit sales of the subject property as my occupation as a realtor.
Okay, seeing no other disclosures of pecuniary interest, we have no presentations tonight, but we do have a number of delegations. So first I will invite Ed Smith, Chair of the Downtown Kingston BIA, who will appear before Council to speak to the Wellington Street extension. And just a reminder to all delegations that you have 5 minutes. Mr. Smith.
Oh, one's working. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Patterson and members of Council. I was here not too long ago to speak on the Wellington Street extension. It's back on your agenda today, so I will be brief. As you are well aware, Council has a responsibility to plan for the Kingston's long-term future. The Mayor and many councillors, if not all, say they understand the importance of a healthy and vibrant downtown to the community and profess their support for downtown Kingston. I hear from citizens from all over Kingston almost daily expressing their support and concern for keeping downtown Kingston healthy and vibrant. In terms of property tax contributions to the municipality, the businesses of downtown Kingston contribute far beyond their geographic size. Over 10,000 city jobs depend on a healthy and vibrant downtown. All this is to say that a healthy downtown Kingston is in the interest of all Kingstonians. To that end, it's important that effective and efficient road access and egress to and from downtown is planned for as the City of Kingston and downtown grow. Staff have presented 8 concerns in the executive summary if the Wellington Street extension is removed from the long-term plans for the city. 3 in particular speak to the future health of downtown. I'll read those 3 to you. Reduce the city's ability to effectively revitalize the inner harbor areas, which include a mixture of employment, residential, and public open spaces uses, including optimizing assessment growth and tax revenue in livable neighborhoods close to the downtown. increase the risk of not achieving the housing and density targets identified in the urban growth update and in population, housing, and employment projection studies, both approved by Council in 2014, and threaten the completion of the KMP trails to Angler Bay. As I mentioned when I was here a few weeks ago, the importance of housing and the increased density and intensification is important to a vibrant and healthy downtown. For this reason, and as that I've laid out, and the reasons in the report, staff report, Downtown Kingston supports the staff recommendation that will ensure that if the Wellington Street extension is not the chosen option, that a validated alternative option is available. And that recommendation is that the scope details of work requested by Council in the motion passed on March 3rd, 2015 meeting will be presented by staff in the May 2015, and which is intended to explore other potential alternative transportation solutions in place of the Wellington Street extension, proceed in accordance with standard process and public engagement requirements of an environmental assessment update, as recommended in the Transportation Master Plan Update 2015, and include specific requirements as detailed in Council motion of March 3rd, 2015. And that staff prepare a list of projects that will be impacted by the direction of the March 3rd, 2015 motion and report back to Council with an impact analysis summary of Council's information consideration and direction no later than the second quarter. So it's Downtown Kingston's position that the staff report is well done, and it addresses looking for an alternative to the Wellington Street extension that is supportable and validated by experts before Wellington Street extension is eliminated from the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from Council? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Smith, I'm just wondering how the Downtown Kingston Board came to the decision to have an official position. That wasn't what you told us last time you were here. I was wondering what has changed in the meantime.
There's no change in the position. Downtown Kingston is supporting the staff recommendation. Our position is that if not the Wellington Street extension, what is the alternative? And so when I came here last time, the agenda was that at that time was that the Wellington Street extension was going to be eliminated as per the motion. That was amended to ask for a staff report. The staff report has come back, and the recommendation of this staff report is that an update to the EA be done, which will look at all the alternatives and engage the public in that process. And if the alternative is something other than the Wellington Street extension, Downtown Kingston will be supportive of that alternative.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess it would be a little confusing for some of the people here. So maybe you could explain there are two different positions being supported by members of your board. We heard from one of your board members last time, Justine Scala, who voiced opposition to the current plan, and you're voicing the Downtown Kingston's position as being separate from that. So was there a discussion at the board on this subject and a motion passed? Is that what happened?
I am the chair of the board, and the board voted essentially unanimously. Justine Scala spoke on her own personal behalf at council on March 3rd and was not representing Downtown Kingston.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Schell.
Thank you, Mayor Patterson. Would it be safe to say, though, as well, that in the Downtown Business Association probably is more wildly supportive of the fact that this council is interested in intensification downtown, particularly residential, that would be really the big one that we are doing for the downtown to help improve the whole system downtown?
Is Downtown Kingston pleased that the council is supporting intensification, residential intensification? Absolutely.
This is partly in terms of our official plan shows the downtown bright red commercial. And really, we as a council now and the previous one have really been trying to change that so that we've got lots of yellow downtown as well now with lots of residential. So to me, that's where we've been heading as a council to support the downtown in changing quite a bit of zoning and heights so that we can have more residential.
So is there a question, Councillor Shaw?
Just to confirm that this is the sort of thing that DBIA wants us to continue.
Absolutely, but that doesn't take away the fact that there needs to be long-term planning in terms of transportation to get in and out of downtown.
Councillor Neal.
Hitting the wrong button. Thank you very much. I had basically just one question because there are 3 members of your board who mentioned to me, and I wasn't at your last board meeting, but I understand that there was some discussion and no vote had been taken, and the acting chair had acknowledged that there hasn't been a vote. I'm just wondering if indeed...
So Councillor Neal, I'm going to stop you there only because that question has already been answered by the chair of the BIA. If there's an issue with the BIA and that representation, that's up to the BIA board then to deal with that. But the question's already been answered.
Could you hear my question and then rule on whether it's a repeat question?
Very, very quickly then.
Yes. What I'm asking you is, has there been a vote called by your board to support the Wellington Street extension? Yes or no?
As I've repeated on March 3rd and today, our board is not in favor of the Wellington Street extension per se. What we are saying is that if you're going to remove the Wellington Street extension from the transportation master plan and long-term planning, there has to be a viable alternative. And I'm standing up here saying that we support the staff recommendation to do an environmental assessment update. I could indicate what an environmental assessment update is, but I believe that all members of council know what that is. It looks at all the possible options and decides what is the best option. And the last time that was done, that was the Wellington Street extension. If that's changed, then and it's validated and supported by, and traffic engineer studies and the data and population demographics, et cetera, then we can support an alternative.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our second delegation is Mr. Dancer from the Kingston Home Builders Association, who will also appear before council to speak to the Wellington Street extension. Mr. Dancer.
Hello, my name is Ken Dancer from Kingston Home Builders Association, 1575 John Counter Boulevard. The Kingston Home Builders Association represents nearly 200 businesses in Kingston and works closely with the City of Kingston to preserve both the affordability of new housing in Kingston, which includes ensuring municipal capital resources are used efficiently. It's my understanding tonight that staff is recommending that the Transportation Master Plan be approved as is tonight. Further, that any evaluations of changes to any portion of Wellington Street extension be reviewed as a separate exploration for future discussion. As with council members, we at the Kingston Home Builders rely on the expertise and recommendation of staff. Therefore, we recommend that council approve the Traffic Master Plan as per these recommendations. For many reasons detailed in a letter that was submitted today and circulated to all of you, there are many interconnected variables involved in these guiding policies and overarching policies. A change to just one portion of one document such as this would have unintended and costly impacts. For the good of various stakeholders involved, including the City of Kingston, and for the greater community, we encourage Council to consider the direction provided by staff and the consultants retained by the City to provide expert advice and direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Thanks for the short presentation. Appreciate that. Does the Kingston Home Builders Association support our policies of intensification in the city?
Absolutely.
And so the question is, if we were to consider removing the Wellington Street extension from the master plan and other documents as part of this process, how does that help intensification if we are encouraging people to drive from further out into downtown?
It'd be great if somebody had told me there was a question portion of the delegation, but I'll do my best. I am not a traffic engineer. My concern in this particular case isn't related to intensification. It's related to some other variables that are in a letter that you've received. I don't know that our purview is specific to intensification. There's been 20 years of collected development charges for this road that my business and many home builders have contributed to. There's a lot of interconnected documents that are listed in detail in the letter. That's more the reason why we would be interested in this at all.
Okay, thank you.
So you have actually used your 2 questions, Councillor Allen, I'm sorry. Councillor Schell.
Thank you, Mayor Patterson. When I was reading your letter, from the Kingston Home Builders Association, I was looking at the zoning of the Wellington Street extension. And I was surprised that most of the zoning for the extension is industrial. So I wasn't quite sure how related that is to the Kingston Home Builders Association. The letter talks about people who have been purchasing the property and they've been buying industrial land. Could you let me know what the relationship is, the Home Builders Association and industrial land?
The letter stands on its own. Just as an example, some of the properties down there could be developed into residential. Kingston Home Builders specifically doesn't necessarily deal with intensified projects. Those are typically called developers, but Kingston Home Builders is made up of developers and home builders and trades. There are lands down there that people own that will take you to OMB if you were to take away their frontage. It's just an observation from one organization recognizing challenges. And as per the previous presenter, if somebody did a study and figured out that taking that road away was the best thing ever, take their advice, but it doesn't appear that way.
Thank you for that. When I was reading the employment land strategy, there's quite a bit of discussion about the old industrial lands and the possibility of them becoming business parks. And in Kingston, that tends to be prestige business parks, which is usually entrepreneurship, knowledge-based industries. And when you said unintended and costly consequences, it had occurred to me earlier, do you think it possible that if we could turn that area, as is recommended by the employment land strategy, into a pretty upscale business area, that the kind of people that would be attracted to live in that area would also really appreciate a really good waterfront? Because the type of recommendation we're getting, which is referred to in this letter about employment lands, really does say close to the city, business park, top quality businesses. In fact, some of the people owning that property might actually see their property increase, the property value increase if we follow what's being recommended. Plus, have an incredible waterfront for the young people. Do you think that's a possibility of an unintended consequence?
I really like your sales pitch. I'm partially convinced. My knowledge of this particular area is that if you take this road away, then the cars will go somewhere else, and I'm not familiar with where exactly an EA would point those. What you described sounds lovely. I'm not exactly sure where that road goes. So if you take a great big document like the master plan and you just change one detail, are you certain that everything you said is correct, or are you gambling?
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Our third delegation is Martin Sherris, CEO, Greater Kingston Chamber of Commerce, who will also appear before council to speak to the Wellington Street extension.
Your Worship, Mayor Patterson and Council, thank you for this opportunity to speak here today. My name is Martin Sherris. I am the CEO of the Greater Kingston Chamber of Commerce. I'm here on behalf of our members, our board, and our staff. Before I begin, let me preface my topic by telling you a little bit about myself. I've spent all of my working life in businesses based in Kingston. I've also been and continue to be an ambassador for our community, as I truly feel that Kingston is one of Canada's most sustainable cities with a quality of life second to none. Why do I say this? Because I truly care, and I feel that along with everyone here today, we all have a stake in the success of our city. As stated in the Kingston Week Standard on March 4th, 2015, the Wellington Street Neighborhood Project, which has been on the city books for many years, would create an interconnected opportunity to offer greater parkland, attractive trails, while providing alternate access to and from our downtown. The project has been met with varying degrees of opposition, which continues to be considered and addressed to and by council. Subsequent to prior council meetings, arrangements have been made to set in motion to offer a full and open discussion on the topic. Full dialogue can inspire great ideas, posing thoughtful, agreeable, and workable options for the area. Certain enhancements are necessary in a growing smart city such as ours that needs clear, healthy projects to promote movement, vitality, economic growth, and community building. I urge you to consider what all of Kingston would like to see. We need to engage all of our citizens in a rational and meaningful conversation. This is more about championing improved quality of life and can affect future projects in other neighborhoods within the city. Other elements to consider are a recently announced plan for relocation and restoration of the CN Rail Station from Montreal Street, the enhancement and development of association areas to the north, such as the former National Grocers Building, into vibrant businesses and living spaces, and certainly not least, our obligation to reclaim brownfields. The legacy from our past must be dealt with. Completing the Wellington Street project will bring this forward as part of our ethical and environmental responsibility. Now, my intention tonight is not to delve deeply into the technical specifics on this project, as others have done. However, the roadway that I would coin the Wellington Street completion has long been identified by city planners and consultants as a vital link in the city's long-term transportation plan for cars, bicycles, and pedestrians. The 2006 environmental assessment, which laid out the groundwork to justify the two-lane artery road, concluded the city's quality of life would improve with the load ring. Quality of life is a multifaceted force. Depending upon economic strength, good schools, friendly neighborhoods, affordable taxes, and a clean, healthy environment, access to natural areas and outdoor recreation, among many other things. Offering easy access to outdoor amenities and open space for walking and cycling can help guide Kingston towards a future in which the well-loved atmosphere is maintained. In summary, our message is somewhat straightforward. We want strategic, responsible development that's good for our entire community. The Chamber feels that the completion of the Wellington Street extension, along with the vital improvements to the adjacent Doug Fleur Park, is the first step in achieving this. Let's plan with thought-provoking, smart ideas that serve and sustain the entire community. However, at the end of the debate, if Council's decision is to say no to the Wellington Street extension, then what else will replace it? What else will we do? Traffic flow, future congestion, and real growth in our city's urban centers are not sustainable with the current road structure in place. Hopefully, the new debate will work to help curb what some may interpret as a consistent divide in our councils. Nothing is wrong with divide and alternate opinion, but what we want is an informed opinion. Sometimes each side gets things right, occasionally get things wrong, and that's okay. However, with a true voice provided by the majority of constituents within a district, at least we can live with the fact that the decision is reached on behalf of Greater Kingston. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, I'm just curious to know what sort of thinking the Chamber has been doing about developing beyond the site located around the proposed Wellington Street extension, in terms of, I guess, if the interest is in community development, remediation of brownfields. We already have a north-south arterial road. It's called Montreal Street. And along there are all kinds of opportunities, including a beautiful historic train station. Any thoughts on what that development, the potential, would that be something of interest if, for example, the Wellington Street extension did not proceed?
Through your worship, absolutely. As I tried to mention, maybe I didn't get the point across or missed the sentence. We're looking for any alternative to that type of development, such as if the Wellington Street doesn't go ahead, what else can we do? Does that mean widening Montreal Street? Does that mean looking at other alternatives? But through the EA report in 2006, it did mention if nothing's done, then areas such as Rideau Street will be congested, Montreal Street and Division will see spillover effect. So that could be another option, is to enhance or widen that roadway.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much.
Okay.
Are there any other delegations? Councillor George.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe that the clerk has it. Yes, I'd like to request that it's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bohm, that motion to waive the rules to add a delegation, Mr. Ben Pilon, to allow him to speak to Report 27, Clause 6, being the Wellington Street extension.
Okay, so there's a motion from Councillor George, seconded by Councillor Candon. So it takes 2/3. Please vote. Still one person to vote. And that carries. Is there anybody else that wants to put forward a motion to add a delegation? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also asking to waive the procedural bylaw to allow a delegation from Mr. Ken Otaki, Chair of the Sydenham District Association, to address the Sydenham Historic Conservation District.
Okay, so there's a motion moved by Councillor Stroud. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Schell. Please vote. And that carries. Councillor McLaren.
Thank you. I would like to ask that bylaw 2010-1, clause 11.5 be waived in order that Andrew McCann may comment on and speak on new motion number 8.
Okay, is there a seconder? Oh, seconded by Councillor Neal. Mr. Clerk, we'll call the question. Please vote. And that carries. Councillor Neal.
Last but not least, I also would like to waive clause 11.5, the procedural bylaw be amended in order to allow a delegation from Ms. Ann Lockheed to speak to clause 6, the Wellington Street Extension Report.
So that's moved by Councillor Neal. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Holland. Please vote. And that carries. Okay, so we have 4 more delegations on tap. So first of all, we'll invite Mr. Ben Pilon to speak to the motion regarding the Wellington Street extension. So again, delegations have 5 minutes, but given the size of our agenda tonight, brevity is appreciated. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ben Pilo, and I represent BP Group, as well as my partners involved in some developments directly touching the proposed Wellington Street extension, as well as several properties that are within about 500 meters of the extension. There's 2 points that I'd like to start off with. The first is about Doug Fleur Park. To be brief, I lived in the area 3 blocks away for 3 years. In that 3 years, I did not know about Doug Fleur Park. I was hired by the city as a police officer. The first time that I encountered Doug Thorpe Park, I was in my second year on the job, and I got a call that people were drinking and spray painting the walls. That's when I attended. After that, I used to go there, as many people see cruises around, take notes right by it. And on 2 occasions, people approached me because they found needles on the ground. And so I had to dispose of those. You've got a beautiful park there that is hidden away from the community and that should be exposed and should have some traffic. And if the Wellington Street extension does go through, I'm sure it'll give the city and its wonderful planners a great opportunity to develop it with lighting and adequate parking and some traffic and actually expose it for all it has to offer. Where right now, in my mind, it is, and from people I've spoken with, my partners, it is tucked away. The next point, that we own significant property along it, but it's not just myself. You've also got another developer and business owner by the name of Mr. Hank Dornenkamp, a great developer in the area, and his family, and they've been involved with 9 North and some other properties along there. And then there's the Broom Factory, which you guys were involved with, maybe not you directly, but the council was involved with last year. The best way to generate income from these properties, taxes, jobs, is to allow traffic to go by. If you can extend the Wellington Street extension there, you're going to make these businesses and these buildings that much more viable, which then creates, like I said, taxes, which is something the city and its residents have been fighting for years. The businesses that we're involved with in that area are primarily related to job creation, to young investment, to my partners investing in companies, to building significant infrastructure in the area. And with the Wellington Street extension, it would only greatly help all of that. And I really believe the future for the city is in job creation and harnessing the youth that we have. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you. Mr. Pilon, did you, I'm just wondering, we've got emails from businesses in the area objecting to the WSC because it's not the kind of traffic they think is conducive to their businesses. So I'm wondering if you know about that.
No, I've actually spoken to probably well over 50 businesses that were all in support of it and that all wanted that traffic and that wanted the properties along where the Wellington Street extension to be developed, and then again increase the tax base. From the businesses I spoke to, they are actually commenting how high their taxes were and how having more business developed along that would deepen the tax base and then hopefully reduce their taxes. That was their comments.
Where were those businesses situated? I can't count 50 on Rideau Street.
Oh, they weren't. They were in the downtown. They were in the downtown. They're the ones that are paying for a little restaurant $20,000 for taxes a year, for a bridal shop at $15,000 a year, for a cafe, $10,000 a year. It was all the businesses in the downtown that we deal with.
Councillor Schell.
Thank you, Mayor Patterson. I'll ask you the same question. Do you see that there would be a need to rezone properties along the proposed Wellington Street extension to make them viable, since they are now industrial generally?
I think the whole area would have to be looked at, the OP, which is currently underway by the city, to recognize that some lands could be converted to residential. And now with the way that the Ministry of Environment is working with risk assessments and phase 1, phase 2 studies, that it is possible to have some residential around there, along mixed with some business park and some possibly light industrial, which we're generating leads for, and people are wanting to be in that area.
Thank you. And again, with that type of business, doesn't that generally attract young people, young families who would appreciate a waterfront park, that would actually add to the value of the properties?
I know I would. I can't speak for everyone, but I know that would be something that I would want. Like I said, it is a beautiful park. I think it's one of the most underutilized assets in the city right now in the downtown area.
Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. Pilon. Next delegation is Mr. Ken Otaki, who will speak to council regarding the Sydenham District or Heritage District.
My name is Ken Otaki, and I'm the current chair of the Sydenham District Association. I've brought Mike Wheeler also to speak. Mike is past chair of the Sydenham Ward Tenants and Ratepayers Association, which was the predecessor of Sydenham District Association, who actually brought the initial motion to council or to the Heritage Committee. Mike?
Thank you, Ken. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councillors. My name is Mike Wheeler. As a person who is a resident of the Sydenham district for 25 years in Bagot Street, and as Ken said, as chair of the SWATRA at that time, I was the person on behalf of the board that brought the proposal or the request to the Heritage Committee to formally start the process of exploring and then recommending the designation of the old Sydenham district as a heritage conservation area. I wish to strongly endorse the bylaw for the adoption of the Heritage Conservation District Plan. With its many and varied buildings, street vistas, open spaces, I believe this is a unique area in Canada, especially with its mix of residents and proximity to Kingston downtown. It's a large part of what makes Kingston a tourist destination, but this will gradually be lost if we as a city do not strive to preserve the district and work to restore the buildings which otherwise will, and in some cases, are already deteriorating. Assuming that the designation is approved, in due course I would like to see some appropriate and common street signage for the district, somewhat along the lines that was used or has been used in the University District, to identify the district for the benefit of both citizens and visitors, and to engender pride in this unique part of our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. On behalf of the 600 members of the Sydenham District Association, it's my pleasure to recommend the adoption of the Old Sydenham Heritage Conservation District Plan. The approval will recognize and conserve the unique qualities of Old Sydenham Ward, the qualities that make it a treasure to Kingston, but also for Ontario and Canada. I'd like to take this opportunity also to thank the city's heritage staff for the tremendous work that they did in preparing this plan, and also to the consultants, Bray Heritage and Jennifer McKendry. So in closing, I think it's a terrific plan, one that we will all be proud of, and I look forward to your approving it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Otaki, Mr. Wheeler, Chair and past Chair, for your endorsement and presentation. And I would just like to ask Mr. Otaki a question regarding the 600 members. If you had to guess on a percentage of those members that are in favor of the Heritage Conservation District Plan, what would you guess that number would be on a percentage?
We had our AGM last week, and in presenting this matter, there didn't appear to be any opposition whatsoever. Mind you, there weren't 600 people at the meeting.
Thank you. And to Mr. Wheeler, would you say that this, the adoption of this plan, coming to fruition after the many years of waiting since it was first proposed, would you say it's one of the more important things to happen in the neighborhood in the last 20 years?
I don't think I can speak for 20 years, though I think Barrowfield is probably at least 20 years ago that was designated. We've had, I think, no designation since, maybe Market Square. But certainly we've now waited 9, almost 10 years from starting this request for designation. I think it's high time that with all the work that's done, and some excellent work has been done, a great deal of historic information's been developed, and I think it's high time that that was, if you like, consummated by the designation and the bylaw. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you both very much. Our next delegation is Mr. Andrew McCann, who will speak to new motion number 8. Mr. McCann.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors, staff, and fellow citizens. I'll try to be brief, but as the only delegation speaking to the issue tonight, there's a fair bit of ground to cover. It's a true honor to speak in this democratic space. Bill C-51 is unfortunately more anti-democratic than anti-terrorist. I'm a mortgage broker, father of 2 young children here in Kingston, and partner of a physician. And I'm also the organizer of 2 previous events here in the city in response to Bill C-51. There was an event on March 2nd that almost filled Memorial Hall, an information session, and then a protest out in Market Square with over 200 people present on Saturday, March 14th. The same day, tens of thousands of Canadians protested across Canada. And there's new polling that shows that although 82% of Canadians were in favor of Bill C-51 in early February, when they didn't know much about it, now almost half are against it, and of the 70% surveyed who know something about the bill, only 31% support it. Furthermore, there are hundreds of prominent Canadians, former prime ministers, and others speaking out against this bill. It's a big issue. I'm also one of the lead organizers of the Save Our Prison Farms campaign, which after 18 months of attempted negotiation with the federal government, moved towards peaceful civil disobedience to try to stop the closure of Canada's 6 prison farms, including the 2 in Kingston. Under this bill, we could potentially be labeled as terrorists for the use of those illegal tactics of peaceful civil disobedience. Of course, you probably know that thousands of Kingstonians of all ages and all political stripes engaged in that campaign, and that some members of the present and previous council also were on the blockade lines and might have been arrested or labeled as terrorists. That's the big issue with this bill. It dramatically expands the definition of terrorism in Canadian law. No longer is this just about violence. This is about things which include interference with the Department of Defense. That could include an anti-war demonstration that tried to stop a missile shipment, for example, peacefully. It can include interference with the intelligence agency, border operations, diplomatic and consular services. Perhaps most importantly, under the definition of the bill, quote, it includes anything that can affect the economic and financial stability of Canada. It could be argued that this clause specifically targets pipeline protesters, peaceful pipeline protesters that are trying to address climate change. Also under that economic clause, it could address sit-ins that have economic targets, peaceful sit-ins. It could also address illegal strikes when back-to-work legislation has been passed by the government. In other words, we're talking about an array of activities that are part of our democratic heritage and which in fact have been used by peaceful citizens to gain most of our democratic rights over the past 200 years, including our right to have a secret ballot, the right of women to vote, the right of minorities like African Americans and Canadians to vote, and many other pieces of democracy that we cannot take for granted. Now, in the context of this expanded definition of terrorism, there's another clause in the communication section of the bill which says, quote, every person who by communicating statements knowingly advocate or promote the commission of terrorism offenses in general can be put in jail for up to 5 years. So what we're talking about here is an act of writing, a website, even journalism that somehow could be viewed as somehow promoting some of these, again, expanded definition of terrorism activities. So that could be peaceful protests. Another key concern about the bill is the expanded powers of CSIS, which include the ability to break the law or the Charter of Rights and Freedoms of Canadians if a special secret judicial warrant is issued. These proceedings would be secret, with no lawyers to debate the pros and cons of whether the judicial warrant was issued or not. Also, there's no new oversight measures in the bill, which many have spoken about in the media. The current Security and Intelligence Review Committee in the Canadian government, which is 5 volunteers with 17 staff members and a few $1 million budget, is not being expanded whatsoever in its mandate to try to oversee this bill.
30 seconds.
Thank you. This bill will have a chilling effect on free speech in Canada. And I think this is all important to say in the context of minimal terrorist threat. We've had a couple people killed, and that's tragic, but there are thousands of missing and murdered Aboriginal women in our country and many other violent problems that it should be higher priorities, as opposed to having a politics of fear in an election year. We need a bigger vision, and our city council needs to be part of that.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor McLaren.
Thank you. There are many issues that Kingston City Council has to deal with, and usually it's not provincial or federal jurisdiction issues. May I ask, why should we deal with this one?
Yeah, obviously this can't happen very often. I know it happened last week with a motion about homelessness and housing to the provincial government. Very importantly for me personally, when we were working on the prison farm campaign, this city council, not this city council, but the previous city council and the one before it, I believe as well, had motions that sent messages to the federal government asking them to keep Canada's prison farms open. So we have a history of national issues that affect Kingstonians that this council has spoken out on. Obviously, it's a symbolic gesture, but what we need right now are symbolic democratic gestures which express our concern with this bill, which may indeed have some salvageable aspects, but has numerous problems with it. I think that the key issue here is that this affects all Canadians very profoundly and deeply. We're talking about dramatic increase of surveillance powers, the ability of CSIS not just to be an intelligence agency which gathers information, but also to disrupt terrorist activity, which again can include legitimate, peaceful, democratic protests, which may indeed break the law, but are not, certainly I don't think most Canadians would consider to be terrorist threats.
Thank you. And you had mentioned that there were several prominent Canadians who had spoken out against this bill. May I ask for some of those people who might be?
Yeah, the list includes 4 former prime ministers. That's Chrétien, Martin, Joe Clark, and Mulroney as well, have all spoken out with serious concerns, not just minor concerns about this bill. So we have conservative and liberal prime ministers speaking out against it. We also have over 100 law professors, which does represent a fair percentage, if not a majority, I'm not exactly sure, of Canadian law professors across the country who've published a collective letter which is scathing. Furthermore, there is a scathing review from the Privacy Commissioner appointed by Stephen Harper as an agent of Parliament. He's not been allowed to speak in the commissions currently ongoing at the committee level. And of course, there are 4 former Supreme Court justices who've spoken out about their concerns that this bill fundamentally attacks our democratic freedoms. One of them is Louise Arbour, who's also an international, participates in the International Court on Crimes Against Humanity, and she has been interviewed on the CBC and other places speaking out very strongly against it. So we're not just talking about citizens, activists who are concerned because we might be targeted, because our children might be targeted in the future by this bill. I think it's very prominent political figures in Canadian society who've expressed serious misgivings about the way the bill is structured. But I do think that most importantly, some everyday people say, I have nothing to hide. Why should I be concerned? What do I have to hide? And I would say that, again, we have only had our democratic rights for 200 years or less. Women have had them for less than 100 years in this country. These rights were fought for. We cannot take for granted that 50 years from now we will live in a democracy. It is exactly these kind of measures that incrementally take away our democratic freedoms. I think people need to take that seriously. That's not inflammatory talk. That's historical fact. This is the way that things gradually slide. And this bill is a disaster and for democracy and our future.
Thank you. Councillor Neal.
Yes, you mentioned there may be some things in the bill that are salvageable.
Yes.
Is there anything positive that you would see as positive attributes in the bill?
Absolutely. There's currently a no-fly list in Canada for terrorists. That no-fly list has not been legislated. It has not been formally approved by Parliament through a democratic process. I can't speak for others protesting this bill, but I personally think that a no-fly list is an appropriate anti-terrorist measure, and this bill does speak to that. There are several other components, but I'd say that's the best thing. There's actually presents a legal framework, a democratically approved framework for our no-fly anti-terrorist list.
And lastly, a lot of people have pointed out a great belief that this is in fact going to be challenged successfully at the Supreme Court, as so many of the recent bills by this government have been. What do you say as that is our best defense, is to go through the legal process to the Supreme Court?
Our best defense is democracy, and I think the polling shows that just 2 months ago, 82% of Canadians were in favor of this bill. Most of them knew nothing about it. Because of public mobilization, including councils like yourself, public opinion is shifting. And so democracy is obviously a very complicated art form that involves lobbying and discussion among citizens. And the more of the recent polling from, let me just get it here, Forum Research, over 1,000 randomly selected Canadians, March 13th to 14th. First off, 45% of Canadians were in favor of it. But when you looked at the 70% of Canadians, that's versus 82% in early February. When you look at the 70% of Canadians surveyed who were familiar with some of the details of the bill, only 31% were in favor of it and almost 50% were fully against it. I think it's important to also note here that, anyway, that's all I'm going to say about that. I just think that it's the democratic process and that this council could be part of that process of raising awareness and speaking out on our government, to our government on this.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McCann. Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you. We will now invite our final delegation is Ms. Anne Laheed, who will speak to council regarding the Wellington Street Extension Report.
We're back to the Wellington Street Extension. Thank you, members of council, for adding this delegation and allowing me to speak today. I'm a member of Wellington X, a group that opposes the Wellington Street Extension for many reasons. You know them, you've heard them. Because the proposal is outdated, because family parks shouldn't have busy roads running through them, because reports show that the extension is not necessary for a third crossing, because waterfront and green space should be respected, because expanding road capacity just attracts more traffic, because wildlife would be put at risk, and because the North End has little enough accessible waterfront as it is. On March 3rd, Council asked for a comprehensive staff report providing factual information and full transparency on the extension. Of course, we were looking forward to reading it, but this report is not what Council asked for. Rather, it's a one-sided commentary which comes down hard in favor of the proposed road. It states that the extension is critical infrastructure without demonstrating why. It states that several plans currently tied to the extension have to be stalled without explaining why projects such as the KMP Trail can't go ahead independently. As well, the motion on March 3rd asked for a May report with the scope of work, timelines, and budget required to explore potential alternative transportation solutions in place of the extension. Here, staff is recommending a new environmental assessment when the direction from council was to focus on alternatives. The report warns against cherry picking from Kingston's official plan and then entirely ignores the official plan's emphasis on sustainability and waterfront protection. We don't need to distort the official plan in order to find ways in which the extension is inconsistent with it. For instance, the OP discourages development within 30 meters of the shoreline. The CAO's report claims that the 2006 environmental assessment explains why a setback less than 30 meters is appropriate for the extension. We've read this EA many times. and we can't find this conclusion anywhere. According to the official plan, exemptions from the 30-meter setback are allowed for things like marinas and boat launches or for trail development, but how is an exemption appropriate for an arterial road? This report is also selective with respect to the provincial policy statement. It cites development with a range and mix of housing and ignores the priority of minimizing the impacts of that development. It mentions protection of transportation corridors, but not protection of green space, water resources, or public safety. It cites the importance of protecting the central business district. Well, we all want a vibrant downtown, but it fails to give evidence that the extension would benefit the downtown. Cars can't be confused with people. Wouldn't more congestion be bad for business? What will happen when cars are funneled into an area where there's already traffic from the ferry and the causeway? The report is misleading on community consultation. It doesn't acknowledge that public input about the extension was discouraged and prevented at public meetings on related issues. This report contains a number of statements for which it offers no proof. It says that eliminating the extension would reduce the city's ability to revitalize the inner harbor. It says that removing the extension from plans will put pressure on the urban boundary and we risk not achieving density targets. Wow, that's a lot of expected of this 2.5-kilometer road. It says that the K&P trail development cannot proceed without the extension. But why? Why not? It's great to know that the city is committed to intensification and to read in the report that the brownfield redevelopment is expected to be less automobile dependent. And we agree, as the report says, that the existing road network in the inner harbor could be improved. But the extension is not a magic bullet. When we met with the mayor back in January, he told us that he doesn't believe there's only one solution to any problem. Let's find the alternatives to the Wellington Street extension. Let's kill the proposed road, and we will also kill the uncertainty that has been stalling investment and development in the inner harbor area. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the delegation? I have a question.
Yes.
The recommendation from staff is to proceed with an environmental assessment, and that is the process by which we explore other options besides the Wellington Street extension. So I just wanted to clarify, are you saying that council should vote against this recommendation tonight?
We'd like to see the alternatives that that staff would come forward with in May, or the course of action to look for the alternatives, because the EA that we've looked at is for the extension. It's from 2006. It's a really old document. It's possible that we don't even require the EA for an extension if there is a look towards alternative traffic solutions, like opening up the old grid in River Street, Orchard, and Russell.
Okay, thank you. Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you very much. Okay, so with that, we have no other delegations this evening. We have no briefings. We do have a couple of briefings, but we're going to have them later on in the agenda. Are there any petitions? Councillor McLaren.
Thank you. I'm bearing a petition here bearing approximately 526 signatures, and it reads as follows. To the City and Council of Kingston, we, the undersigned residents of Kingston, draw the attention of the City and Council of Kingston to the following. That Bill C-51 runs counter to fundamental Canadian values, peace, order, and good government, freedom from arbitrary government surveillance, the rule of law, and the well-being of our communities. Therefore, we call on the City and the Council of Kingston to take a strong stance against Bill C-51 and communicate the profound concern of our community to the Government of Canada. Thank you.
Thank you. That's just submitted to the clerk. Councillor Bone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, I have here a petition bearing 55 names, and also some other correspondences that I would ask the clerk to distribute to council. And the petition essentially is against the recommended location of the Kingston East Community Center, so I would ask that the clerk please distribute these to council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I have a petition bearing 6 names stating, "We, the undersigned concerned citizens of the City of Kingston, urge the Planning Committee, City Council to not approve the application for a license Category 2 Class A quarry below water, not approve the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, and make an injunction to stop the quarry operation from its continued expansion and risky below the water table extraction."
Thank you. Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have 2 petitions to present this evening. The first bears 60 signatures, and it reads, "Whereas the City of Kingston's delayed sidewalk snow removal causes citizens, including school children, to walk on treacherous snow-covered sidewalks or in the streets. Whereas persons with disabilities, parents with strollers, seniors, and people dependent upon public transportation are endangered if the sidewalks are not cleared. Whereas the city seeks to encourage greater levels of active transportation to achieve its goal of becoming Canada's most sustainable city, we, the undersigned, request the City of Kingston's Department of Public Works prioritize snow clearing on sidewalks, with a particular focus on removing snow on sidewalks near schools in the Kings Court Rideau District." And the second petition bears 45 signatures, and it reads, "Whereas the City of Kingston is committed to becoming Canada's most sustainable city, and public transit is a key component to a more sustainable lifestyle. Whereas there is a program in place to provide free public transit for grade 9 to 11 students. Whereas grade 12 students do not currently have access but rely on public transit to access employment, volunteer, and extracurricular activities, we, the undersigned, request the city initiate free or low-cost transit passes for grade 12 students."
Okay, thank you. Are there any other petitions? Okay, seeing none. We have no motions of congratulations, recognition, sympathy, condolences, and speedy recovery. So we will move to report number 26 from the Chief Administrative Officer.
Moved by Councillor Candon, second by Councillor Turner, that report number 26 from the Chief Administrative Officer, consent, be received and adopted.
So there are a number of clauses, A through to L. Would anybody like any of the clauses separated? Councillor Neal.
Thank you. I have a couple of brief questions on both C and L.
C and L. Councillor Schell. B. Okay, seeing no other separations, we will first Okay, we're also going to separate Clause J. There will be an amendment to correct a detail in that recommendation. So we will call first the vote on item A, road renaming Innovation Drive and John Marks Avenue. Sorry, Councillor Holland, I missed your hand. Yes.
That's all right. I'm getting organized. I'd like to separate I, please.
I. Any other separations? Okay. So we'll first call the vote on Clause A, road renaming Innovation Drive and John Marks Avenue. Clause D, corporate purchasing card services. Clause E, award of contract consulting services for the environmental assessment of the Kingston Transit Downtown Transfer Point. Clause F, Kingston Rib Fest and Craft Beer Festival. Clause G, provincially funded wage enhancement initiative. Clause H, outdoor aquatic center naming rights amendment. Clause K, Canadian Heritage Contribution Agreement through the Canada Arts Presentation Fund, Grand Theatre Presents. So we'll call the vote. Please vote now. Still one person to vote. And that carries. Next, item B, Air Services Development at Kingston Airport. Councillor Schell.
Thank you, Mayor Patterson. Just a question on the contract amount. It says to an up limit of $37,500. So that is the total scope of the contract. That would include any travel expenses as well as any kind of hourly rate. That includes everything that this company will do.
Commissioner Leger.
Yeah, through your worship, typically these consulting services contracts have a maximum, and it's based on professional fees, time, and materials, but does not include disbursements such as travel. But what we strive to do at the airport is make sure that we stay within that limit anyhow.
Thank you. And there was one comment on the last page. A longer runway will also facilitate industrial development on currently vacant airside access lands. I was surprised to see that when it was to do with a contract for a consulting company. Is that part of what this company is going to deal with? Trying to get us some development on the vacant land?
Through your worship, that will be a separate engagement. We're reviewing that with Councillor Beach and Mr. Hugenboss, so that'll be separate.
Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Your Worship. On page 3 of 10 or page 16, depending on how you're reading it, it indicates that at this time, although reflected in, it's talking about the phases might well be reversed in the final analysis. What is involved in the final analysis? And is that going to come out of this? I mean, we're looking at a strategy here, so are we like 1, 2, 3 steps away? Or I'm just wondering what will be taken into account when we do the final analysis?
Commissioner Leger.
Yeah, through your worship, in terms of the question with regards to passenger terminal building expansion, runway extension, we've already received at council a project definition document, which is a Class C estimate. We'd probably have to have that updated with current construction costs. And we should be able to, if council looks at this as a priority, bring back these updated costs, and at that point in time, bring a report that speaks to sequencing or phasing in.
Are there any other questions?
I take from that we don't know at this point in time. I wasn't asking about the costs. I was asking what was involved in evaluating which phase should come first.
So I'm going to be a little bit strict on this just because of how many items we have on the agenda. Given that this item is really speaking to the amount of a contract for a consultant, I'm just going to ask to put that one off. Any other questions related to this particular item? Okay, we'll call the question. Please vote. That carries. Item C, award of contract for janitorial services at 1211 John Canner Boulevard, 85 Lappins Lane, 91 Lappins Lane, 95 Lappins Lane. Councillor Neal.
Yes, thank you. It'll be a similar question when we get to L as well. It's my understanding, and this through the Commissioner, if I might, typically in the past, this contract has been done in-house by city employees. I notice it's now tendered. Could I have a rationale why this isn't being done in-house, as I understand it has been in the past?
Commissioner Leger.
Through your worship, the City of Kingston has in-house custodial functions, but not at this building, and never has at this building. So we have a hybrid where we do have some in-house staff and we do contract out as well.
Thank you. I wasn't aware of that. But I do have a question. Do we ever, and I know other municipalities sometimes do this, when we have an extended service, do we ever give city employees the opportunity, it's sometimes called contracting in, so at least they can bid on a job that otherwise would go to tender?
Commissioner Leger?
Through your worship, not on a one-off basis. What we do is we look at the cost of services, and we've found that the model of what might be termed managed competition, which has some outsourcing and some in-house service law.
Thank you. I may bring that up in the future. Thank you very much.
Okay, we will call the vote on item C. Please vote. And that carries. Next is item I. Item I is the Rideau Heights Programming Plan and Recreation Programming Update. Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you to staff for this report. I've received quite a number of briefings, so this is really not to do with the details, but just I'm curious about the cultural hub model. I would like to just know a little more about the way that the programming, for example, the organizations that are involved at this point who are nonprofits and servicing different groups through different programs, will have benefit from the cultural hub model. Is there any kind of way of looking for gaps in programming and weighing whether or not there is a nonprofit available to provide that program, or against, the fact that maybe we just simply need to have a sculpting class provided by a for-profit venture, which would then assume the cost of rent, I suppose. So can you just comment on filling in the gaps in the programming?
Commissioner Hurdle. Oh, Mr. Falwell.
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, and we'll continue to add to this list, and we've added a number of different programs even since our last meeting, and we'll be presenting some further gap analysis at the Arts Advisory Committee. We've been asked to speak to that in April, and we would work with any groups that's willing to provide services through programming, teachings in our facilities outside of even the Rideau Heights facility.
Councillor Neal.
Still hitting the wrong button after all these years. Thank you. I had a quick question. I know that some of the really good, successful programs, such as a youth hockey, kind of pickup hockey thing that had a good article in the Whig about, some of those are at some, obviously, are services that won't be able to be provided on site. Have we looked at possibilities for providing transportation and looking to the Memorial Center or something like that to be able to continue some of those very successful recreational programs?
Through you, Your Worship, that is one of the programs that we've identified in the report that we still need to fill that gap. We don't have a solution at this time. We are proposing an outdoor skating surface in the new Shannon Park area, so we will hopefully have some ability, certainly if we have a winter like we just did, to provide some of that continued skating programming. But that is one program with the Boys and Girls Club that we're still trying to satisfy.
Thank you, and I'm not voting for another winter like this one, I just want you to know. Thank you.
Okay, we'll call the vote. And that carries. Item J, award of contract for the provision of refrigeration maintenance programs for City of Kingston arenas. I understand there is an amendment.
Through your worship, yes, the amendment is going up on the screen. The number in the recommendation is wrong. It reads 23,922. It should read 31,497.
Okay. Is there any? So it's moved by Councillor George, seconded by Councillor Cannon. Is there any debate on the amendment? Seeing none, we'll call the question. And that carries. And now we will call the vote on the motion as amended. And that carries. Item L, pavement markings. Who separated item L? Councillor Neal.
Yes, again, a question, and I always guess the wrong person, so I'll kind of look around and look for the appropriate staff. I know that we have in-house capabilities for both line painting, equipment-wise and staff-wise, as I understand, unless that's been removed in the last little while. I know that we did up until a year or two ago, that we did some of our own line painting. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Keach.
Through your worship, in the time that I've been involved with Public Works, which is about 8 years, the vast majority of the line painting has been contracted out. If we, Mr. Wells isn't here, but if we did do some, it was relatively minimal. And you can see in the report, the last 2 years, we've also contracted out the vast majority of it. That I know for sure.
Thank you. Again, I'll follow up with some questions later. Thank you.
We'll call the question. Please vote. That carries. Report number 27 from the Chief Administrative Officer, recommend.
It's moved by Councillor Bohm, seconded by Councillor Allen, that report number 27 from the Chief Administrative Officer recommend be received and adopted clause by clause.
The first clause is the Kingston East Community Center. Deputy Mayor Bohm.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, could I just ask the clerk to please put up the picture of the overview of the proposed site, please? So this is just an overview of the proposed site, and basically staff's recommendation speaks to north of LaSalle High School as being the recommended site. So I do understand and appreciate some of the concerns raised on this location. However, I am confident that they can be overcome, and that in considering all of its benefits, that the positives far outweigh the negatives, and that this is the right spot. As citizens have told us, they want us to partner more with school boards. This is something where we'd be partnering with LaSalle and basically sharing parking and having a lot of services and avoiding duplications of services. Some examples of where that's worked really well are the Invista Track and Field project and the currently in progress Rideau Heights Community Center. Some of the public feedback about this site spoke to the already existing amenities in the area as a lot of the positives. It's easily accessible by active transportation. It's central within a high density population of the area. It's also accessible to many seniors in the area without driving, which is key. And I'm confident that a lot of the concerns can be dealt with during the community consultation process during the planning stage of this project. This is truly going to be gaining an asset for our community in the East End, which we've heard loud and clear. The East End does want and desire a community center. And I will be supporting this recommendation from staff, and I'd also like to quickly ask if staff could clarify some of the scoring and recommendation on how they came to that for this site, if that's allowed.
Commissioner Hoyle.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So there are a number of things that that we looked at and we considered. The first thing that I think I'd like to do is give a little bit of background in terms of where this came from. So in 2014, we actually brought a report to council in terms of the J.E. Orthon School, which was going to be put on the market as it was closed, as a review for potential consideration for a community center. At that time, staff recommended and council endorsed that that wasn't the best option for a number of reasons. One was the potential cost of the project, and two was the location, because of where it was located and not being in proximity of most of the population in the east. So we were directed by council to look at a potential location in Greenwood Park, which is a process that we undertook. And we did do some community consultation. We did also do a survey. We understand that that we got a number of different feedback through those different means of consultation.
So at the community consultation, we had about a split where people wanted or were supportive of Grenadier Park, and also of the location on Highway 15. In the public survey, we did have a majority of people that indicated that they were supportive of the Highway 15 location. But we also looked at the comments that people provided. So people were providing comments in terms of walkability, proximity to schools or other sites, other sports fields and things like that. So when we gathered all of the comments, so not just the actual vote, but when we gathered the comments, and we also looked at some of the corporate strategies and priorities in terms of having a site that's incorporated within the community, that is walkable and all of these things. That's where in the report you have actually 4 different selection criteria that we use. So we did use location consideration, we use site development characteristics, programming consideration, and public consultation was one of them. So we looked at all of those, and this is how we came up with the recommendation of this particular site. Of course, it does provide for an opportunity for partnerships with the school board, which is something else that was encouraged by council.
Deputy Mayor Bowman, are you finished?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to speak to a little bit more of the process. Kingston East also includes my district, and this seems a bit far away from many of the rural residents in my district. And we went through an extensive process with Lanny, with Commissioner Hurdle here, and the Rural Affairs Committee. Actually, I wasn't part of that process, but I sat through most of it because I wasn't an elected official yet. But what happened was we did an inventory. If you take a look at Exhibit B in your report, you can see that there are many spaces, including school spaces, that can be used across the area for rural residents, and that would actually contribute to the economies of those sites, those churches, those schools, those community centers, as well as schools have been working really hard to make their spaces more available, especially rural schools. They see themselves as becoming better members of the community. So we went through that consultation, and so as you can see, as part of this recommendation, we'll be demolishing 2 current community centers that also, if you look at the numbers, get no use by anybody from the city of Kingston, whether they're rural or not, or next to no use. So we endorsed this center after looking at all the options because it's central to transit. It has parking, which rural residents need to get to and make use of. We would like to see transportation options for those people who can't drive to get there, but that's something to work towards in the future as a council, to work with this, and so we went there as well, and I'll be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Sanik.
Thank you, Your Worship. Looking at the petition that was brought to us tonight, it looks like notification of Grenadier Park being a proposed location. Was there an issue here? Because they saw it for the first time last week in the Kingston East newsletter. So given that, my question to staff is, as we have the next meeting and maybe the meeting after that as we get ready to be shovel ready, how can we ensure that the residents do get notice of those future meetings? Everyone's address is here on the petition, so can we ensure that they actually get a mail out of the time and date of the future meetings? We know that we're all really busy. Some people don't get newspapers. Other people, like don't have time to be on the City of Kingston website every day to see the pop-ups that are there. It's easy for us because we get 600 pages delivered to our front doorstep every Friday night. But, for the regular public, I can understand how, if they miss a newspaper reading it, over the weekend, they might not see that there's a public meeting, and that looks like it was the problem. They just weren't aware that there was this meeting back in September. So how can the public, or how can these people that live right next to Grenadier Park get notice of the future meetings?
Commissioner Hurdle.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, I understand that trying to reach out to the general public is always a challenge because different people will receive their information differently. We did try to, in this case, we looked at a number of different ways to reach out, and which included newspaper. It also included some information through CKWS Station 14, and also obviously social media and the city website. Having said that, we recognize that even with all of those means of communication, we still probably haven't been able to reach out to everybody. So we will be working with our strategic communications department to look at ways to improve that and find ways to better reach out to the community that lives in that area. And yes, there will be additional consultation with the public, because we will need to go through a site plan process as well as design for the community center. And that's going to take obviously some time to get through that process.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Hutchison.
I just want to express how happy I am to see this going forward. The last 2 strategic planning meetings I've put forward that some kind of recreational development was necessary on the east side, and I think this will answer the good intentions of council overall, and I think I'm probably speaking for all council in that sense, and I'm sure it is needed and will be well used, and we can be happy to see it going forward. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we will call the vote. And that carries. Item 2, federal notice of surplus 440 to 442 King Street West. Seeing no questions or comments, we'll call the question. That carries. Item 3, land exchange proposal for the potential relocation of the CN train station to Douglas R. Fleur Park. Questions or comments? Councillor Neal.
I wouldn't mind letting Councillor Candon go first,
Sorry,
because
I saw your hand first, Councillor Neal.
Okay,
So
I may be moving, depending on the answer, moving deferral, and I wanted everybody that wanted to have an opportunity to speak to it.
Unfortunately, I did see your hand first, so it's a dangerous precedent for me to start to do that. So you can use the 5 minutes that you have, however you wish.
Thank you, and I may be apologizing to Councillor Candon since I didn't mean to cut him off. I have a couple of questions to staff, if I might. First of all, I initially had some concerns that our own Heritage Advisory Committee didn't seem to be involved in this process. But can we be assured that before a final recommendation comes to council on this issue, that indeed it will, our Heritage Advisory Committee will have an opportunity to consider the proposal and make comments to council?
Commissioner Hurdle.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I think I'd like to clarify that the proposal or the recommendation that's in front of council tonight is one that speaks to a land exchange proposal. So that's not, obviously that's within council's authority to consider those and not committees. And the second part of the recommendation is one to direct staff to actually hold public meeting and do the due diligence process. So the due diligence process will include consultation with any agencies or committees as required. Now, I do understand that currently the property is federally owned, so there would be currently some limitations or restriction in terms of what the city could do in terms of the property and advice that it could provide. But as we work through that process, obviously we would work with the potential property owner and the federal government to get a better understanding of what that would include, and that's what we would bring back to council as well.
Thank you. I find that reassuring. Thank you. A couple of questions. I'm a little puzzled by both the report and the letter that we received. First of all, I want to say that Mr. Dornekamp and Abna do an excellent heritage restoration, so I'm not questioning their capacity to do this work. I do have some process questions that I'm concerned about. In the letter from ABNA, it states that both ownership and Parks Canada approval has been received. But in the staff report, it says ABNA is in negotiations with CN Rail for the purchase of the outer station lands, and as part of those negotiations are seeking the required approvals to relocate the stone structure from the site. I was wondering if you could clarify which is the more accurate statement in your, as far as you know.
Commissioner Hurdle.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to our knowledge, there's a conditional offer on the property right now, and the process for potential relocation hasn't been started or initiated, so that would be part of the due diligence process. Obviously, that would need to be followed through.
Thank you. Just so people are aware, it's great being in Kingston with the number of people who have expertise. I had an opportunity to speak to 3 heritage experts who have a background in federal heritage, and some things were pointed out to me that I found very interesting. One is that the Heritage Railway Stations Protection Act, which this falls under, the process is they have to go for any, even renovations, let alone moving from the site, they have to go through what's Parks Canada process that has a standards and guidelines process. And the heritage character statement is looked at. And I just want to read the very first general standard for all projects under the legislation. It says, 1, conserve the character-defining elements of a historic place. Don't remove, replace, or substantially alter its intact and repairable character-defining elements. Don't move a component of a historic place if its current location is a character-defining element. That statement would suggest to me that moving the site isn't a slam dunk in any event, that there's a whole process that needs to be gone through. I have no doubt that CN would love to sell that property and would love not to be held responsible for how that property has become as derelict as it is. But my concern is if we pass this recommendation as it is before us, my concern is that we'll be assigning a fair bit of staff allocated work that may indeed
30 seconds, Councillor.
Thank you. Never be necessary. And for that reason, and for the reasons that I just referenced, I would like to, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Stroud, I'd like to move to defer Report 27, Item 3, until such time as there has been a confirmation that the CN lands have been purchased and that all federal requirements under the Heritage Railway Stations Protection Act have been met. If I can...
Okay, so that there's a motion to defer on the floor. It's been moved by Councillor Neal, seconded by Councillor Stroud. Debate is to time or place. Question to staff. Is there any comment on the potential impact of a deferral to the length that has been proposed by the motion to defer.
Point of order?
Point of
And
order.
it's the first time this whole
Point of
term that I've said those words.
Yes.
Isn't that, if it's just to time and place, isn't your question seeking opinion or information?
Related to time, absolutely. Commissioner Hurdle.
Well, that is a good question. I'm not sure, Mr. Mayor, in terms of the time, and I'm struggling with this question. The only thing I guess I could offer for council's information is that chances are the proponent may not be looking at purchasing this property if there's no option, or if council's not opening the door for this potential land exchange. So it could be a non-issue at all.
Deputy Mayor Bone, will you take the chair?
Yes, Your Worship, and I recognize you.
Thank you. So I'm going to reserve my comments to the time related to this motion to defer. We have no idea what kind of time frame we're talking about. We have no idea what we could be doing to jeopardizing this entire project. It's simply not worth it. It's not worth the risk without more information, without understanding what's at stake. Thank you.
Point of order. That was a good opinion. I'm not sure that that was directed to time or place.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I return the chair.
Thank you. To time or place. So you must direct your comments to concern about time
Not
or place,
opinion.
or in favor of time and place. Councillor Cannon.
Thank you. Through your worship, I'd like to suggest that we do not defer this motion because I believe it'll send out a wrong message to...
Point of order. This is a
Point of order.
debate that goes beyond time or place.
No, I think that this is absolutely related to the time of the motion. Councillor Cannon?
I just wanted to reiterate what Lenny, or Commissioner Hurdle had said with regards to when people come to make significant proposals to the city, communicating with them on a regular basis is very important. If we're going to be a city that's open for business and open to new creative ideas, I don't think that we should close. I don't think I'm speaking. I was talking.
So Councillor Cannon does have the floor, Councillor Neal. Councillor Cannon, you can continue.
I don't think that slamming doors in people's faces for no reason is a good way to start that
I am going to
conversation.
stop you there. There is absolutely realm to talk about motion to defer and debate the time. That's absolutely fair game. But let's keep it within that. Thank you. Councillor Stroud.
I'd like to call the question.
So call the question requires a 2/3 to call the question. So essentially that would end any further debate. So there's been a motion to call the question by Councillor Stroud. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Osanik. So first, this is a vote to call the question. So a yes vote is to immediately move to a vote on the motion to defer. Please vote. And that carries. So we'll now call the question on the motion to defer. Please vote. And that loses. Councillor Neal, your 5 minutes are completed. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? Councillor Cannon.
I was going to speak to how I do believe that this project is a slam dunk. I think that people who talk about creating parks being larger, this is a win for the city. We are trading non-waterfront property for waterfront property. The park is getting larger. This is a company that's cleaning up 2 brownfields, one of which is 11 acres, and we'll be able to repurpose that land, which is something that should be a big initiative for the city. We're restoring 2 historical limestone buildings. As Mr. Pilon mentioned, we are going to increase the safety of a park that is usually, to many people in the city, is unrecognized. We're going to make restoring these 2 beautiful buildings is going to allow these buildings to become part of our tax base. And as a councillor in the West End, I believe moving these buildings to this park will give it some notoriety. A lot of people in the West End of Kingston, not only would they not go to Douglas Fleur Park, they probably don't even know it's there. I believe that putting 2 beautiful buildings that reflect well on the city will have a positive impact throughout the entire city and increase the traffic there. It's an underutilized space, as Mr. Pilon had also mentioned. And all of this is being done at no capital to the taxpayer. It basically has a bow on it for us. We're promoting, if we support this, we're creating economic developments and conversation about creative economic developments. We're improving our parks, we're increasing our tax base, we're restoring historical buildings, we're cleaning up our brownfields, we're increasing the safety of the buildings, and as I mentioned before, 0 economic impact to the taxpayer. I don't know what else we could possibly want. This part of the city, in my opinion, has been forgotten about for years. If we don't even allow to have this conversation, I feel like we're going to sweep this part of the city under the rug for another 50 years. Douglas Fleur Park, if you go there, as I mentioned in the last meeting, or you go to the CN Rail property, or go to the Woolen Mill and the Smith Robinson building, you should ask yourself what Kingston needs more of. I think the answer should be crystal clear.
Thank you. Next on my list is Councillor George.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I appreciate the comments of my colleague, Councillor Candon, but I think Council, we have to get around the motion that's before us, and this is simply a fact-finding mission. It would be great if the vision is there and it was to come to fruition, but as Councillor Neal has pointed out, there are some significant hurdles that we and the proponent have to get through before we get to that stage in this application process. So I would encourage Council to support this simply for the reason that it's going to give us some information back to allow us to decide whether we wish to proceed with the proponent, and in fact, whether we even can proceed. It'll all boil down to some of the issues that Councillor Neal's already brought to our attention prior to our deferral discussion.
Thank you. Next on my list is Councillor Schell, and then I'm writing down everybody else's.
Thank you, Mayor Patterson. Just to clarify the business of the fair market values of what ABNA is offering, is the plan that the City of Kingston will get a separate estimator to work out fair market values, and ABNA Developments will also work out the fair market value and will try to come to an agreement, or how is that planned to work?
Commissioner Hurdle.
The normal process in terms of due diligence would be that, yes, the city would do an independent analysis and we would compare.
Thank you. I'm very happy that this is progressing. I still think that it's very sad that this seems to be the way that we're going to save a historic piece of Kingston and Canada by moving it. But if it's the way to save it, and that we get some incredibly expanded waterfront access, that's very good. I know there's a long way to go. We don't know if this is a done deal, but I can certainly support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on my list was Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm glad Councillor George pointed out we should be speaking to the motion. That's what I was signaling to you earlier. But that box has been opened, so I just want to say that I have some concerns about this. It is not clear whether the swap of land is in fact in the favor of the city. And I've talked to the developer, and it wasn't clear in that meeting either. It's not clear where we are on the ownership issue. I spoke to the developer on January 9th. He indicated that he was words like finishing it up on January 8th. He didn't know it was finished. February 3rd letter says they own it. Staff says they're negotiating it. In my view, that should be in place before we're talking about it. But this is the motion in front of us now. Also, there's the question of what the appropriate federal approvals are through the Heritage Site Board. And I think that's really important. It's not clear where that's going, and hopefully staff will come back to it. It's also, as the district councillor, not clear to me at all where this building is supposed to be sited. We have these nice artist renderings, but they're not the scale. So I'm hoping that staff will come back with, to scale, renderings where this is going to be, where it is relative to Meadowcraft Marina. Because frankly, for myself, I thought, this is a pretty good idea. We're going to save this building, and it'll be located on the very edge of the park, and maybe we'll get some land. But the more I look into it, the more complicated it gets. And so I have some concerns about that. And I have to admit, the developer warned me that this he wasn't doing this for charity. He was doing it to make money. So, these are some of the issues. And I want to make sure that this is not, if we move it, is not imposing on the park in a really negative way. Some of them aren't clear. The other thing is, it's been put to me by heritage, people interested in heritage, people who are experts in heritage, actually, that it would be better to develop the building on the Montreal Street site, and that it would itself allow for development opportunities as has happened with other buildings. So, having been educated on that point, I think that is still up in the air. And maybe staff can address that as well if we vote in favor of this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on my list is Councillor Strout.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have two questions for staff. Hopefully it won't take too long to answer. Earlier there was reference made to Councillor Neal to staff time being allocated to this when it's still such a question mark. So I'd like to ask staff how much staff time is likely to go into this if the report is accepted.
Commissioner Hurdle.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have the exact staff time. We usually don't calculate staff time for every single report and recommendation that we bring to council. We do know, obviously, that there's going to be some public involvement, but the reason why we're bringing this to council now, rather than doing all of this work and then coming to you with a recommendation, is to make sure that there is at least an interest from council to actually have the discussion with the proponent. Because that's correct. If there is absolutely no interest whatsoever to have that discussion, then we wouldn't spend any time on it. But if there is, then we see that as value, obviously, through the process.
Thank you. And regarding the heritage impact statement and the possibility or probability of the matter coming to the Municipal Heritage Committee, just before I ask my question, I think it's fair to say that if not every single member of the Heritage Committee, but probably close to it, would like a chance to examine and offer advice on this matter because of the vast, immense heritage value that this building represents. And I think that we can't really say it too much. This outer station is two things, really. It's possibly one of the most important heritage elements in our entire city. At the same time, it's current condition is possibly as bad as you could imagine a building getting, since the fire and the demolition by neglect due to its current owners. So what would the chance be that a Heritage Impact Statement and the appearance of the Heritage Committee would not happen? Is there any chance that might not happen?
Commissioner Hurl.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think, the comments I'm going to offer are that we are going to follow the process that we need to in terms of due diligence, and we're going to have to work with the federal government because we recognize that this is federally owned. So we will have to work with our process as well. It's not just a matter of bringing this to the Heritage Committee at this point and providing feedback, because currently it's owned by the federal government, and we can provide all the feedback that we want to the federal government, and they'll decide what they want to do with it. So we have to make sure that the feedback that we can provide can be valuable. And in order to do that, we need to get a better understanding of the right timing to do that in terms of the property that is currently federally owned and when it changes ownership. I think that's the critical point to provide that feedback. And that would include, at that point, Heritage Impact Statement, obviously, and it would include consultation with the Heritage Committee.
I guess I'll just use the rest of my time to say that I believe that this, I'm reassured somewhat by the comments of Commissioner Hurdle, and I think I will, I would like to know, I guess, what the rest of council thinks about this, because I think the danger here is that we may be setting the wheels in motion for something that we might later regret, and we better be darn well sure that's what we're intending, because there is an upside to developing this site where it is right now, and I know it hasn't happened up until now, but if it could happen, it would be, the heritage value of the station would be far, far greater if it was left in its current spot. Some people would say that it has no heritage value if it's moved. So we better really be thinking about this, and I'd like to hear what the rest of my colleagues have to say.
Deputy Mayor Bowman, will you take the chair?
Yes, Your Worship, and I recognize you.
Thank you. I think that Councillor Schell actually made a really good point. There's no question that Plan A in regards to this property would to see the outer train station completely renovated and rejuvenated where it is. But after 20, 25, 30 years of continual decay, council has to come to the place where we say, you know what, maybe we've been waiting long enough and that just isn't going to happen. And so we have to consider, well, what is Plan B? And so we're presented here with a potential, and yes, no guarantees that this is going to work, but with the potential to restore it, rejuvenate it, include it as part of the downtown. Yes, it is true that we can't make this project happen, but we can kill it. So the decision that council has to make is, do we want to stand in the way of this? Or do we want to champion it? Do we want to push it forward? At the end of the day, if it gets caught in red tape at some other level of government and it goes nowhere, well, at least we did everything that we could. And as has been said by Councillor George, this is a fact-finding mission. It's just simply to have the discussion to see what might be possible. I disagree with the comment that was made earlier that this land trade may not be in the city's favor. We're talking about taking 0.15 of a hectare and exchanging it for 0.65 of a hectare. So we're getting a whole lot more land back, and the land that we're getting is waterfront green space, and the land we're giving up is parking lot. So I think that that actually is a good trade for the city. So I think that we need to be seen to be creative, to be smart, to be innovative, thinking outside of the box. At the end of the day, this is the last opportunity we may ever have to save the outer train station. So if you're concerned about preserving and protecting heritage, is voting against this protecting heritage? I would argue if you're in favor of protecting heritage, you want to vote for this, because you're voting to preserve it and give it a practical chance to be renewed. Now, I will just throw this out here. public input on this question, so I actually, on my website, I put out a poll, and it was 3-1 in favor of moving it, at least exploring the option to move it and see it rejuvenated. The majority of residents are very much in favor of at least exploring this, so I would encourage council to vote for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I return the chair.
Thank you. Next on my list is Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess if we're getting into the issue of whether or not we want to pursue this or kill it, I will go on the record as being a councillor who would like to see it killed. I don't believe that, first of all, I'm looking at what we're losing. There's no discussion of the economic benefit of developing this in its current location if the rationale for the move is to preserve heritage and for economic development purposes. We can all see that those two options are really well suited the station where it is, to develop the Montreal Street corridor, to maintain the heritage that exists. And beyond that, there's, I would argue, a significantly dangerous precedent to be setting here, to be saying that we can remove heritage from one part of the city and put it in another. Location matters. Anyone who has an understanding of history knows this. Not only does it matter in terms of the significance of the property, it matters to the people who are able to access it, and therefore, I would argue, having heritage in the North End, maintaining heritage where it exists, is a very fundamental principle that we should be working under. And the heritage doesn't belong to private developers. It doesn't belong to the Heritage Committee or to City Council. It doesn't belong to the downtown. Heritage belongs to the people of Kingston, and I don't see that moving further in this direction is representing the best long-term interests of a significant portion of the Kingston population who would benefit from leaving it in its current location and developing the heritage and the economic benefit there. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Bone.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I think this is something where we have to really consider what Kingston is as a city. And, we're basically historic, but we're also growing and we're changing. And we are somewhere where people may recognize this term, history and innovation thrive. So we need these types of creative solutions. We need to show that we're open for business and that we can accept some of these proposals when people bring them to us. We need to find those innovative solutions, and I think everybody agrees it'd be nice to see buildings like that not decaying any further. And although it would be ideal to have it in the same location, would I rather in the same location in decaying or somewhere else and restored? I would pick restored, because that is a part of our heritage and it still has that value wherever it resides as long as it's restored. I think we need to encourage this type of creative thinking. And in my opinion, I'll be supporting this, but it's also better to save something than to watch it further decay and have people make comments along the lines of, well, we missed the boat on that one and we had the chance, because there are no guarantees that somebody else would pick this up. But what we have here is a proposition to look into that further and to get more information on it. So I will be supporting this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next on my list is Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. As Councillor George earlier said, we're speaking to the motion here of a fact-finding mission. And I think if we were to shut down a fact-finding mission, we would do an injustice to the people of Kingston. I know Kingston, it's important that we preserve our heritage, and I don't want to speak against that, but I think it's important that we look at the big picture here. It's a beautiful proposal that this man has made to us. It's a beautiful building that they're going to move, and all the people will benefit from this opportunity. And I don't think that we can just say no to not looking at this fact-finding mission. So I'm going to support this motion, definitely.
Thank you. Councillor Sanik.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have 3 questions to staff to kick off the fact-finding mission. My first question is, for the land swapping, is there going to be any soil testing, any type of land testing that has to be done with this swapping deal? And if so, who pays?
Commissioner Hurl.
Through Mr. Mayor, yes, that's part actually of the due diligence process that we've noted in the report, the environmental assessment in terms of the properties.
So we'd be paying, the city would be paying?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure, I'm assuming we would probably look at covering the cost of this process, but that's something we can definitely discuss with the proponent.
Great. My second question is, Abna Investments, they own the woolen mill. They also own the property of land directly south of the woolen mill that also has frontage on the proposed Wellington Street extension. In the conversations we've had with them so far, have they said why they're not moving the train station to their own property just south of the woolen mill? Like, why are they putting it in Doug Fleur Park when they could just put it in their property, you know, right next to Doug Fleur Park?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that conversation hasn't taken place. That's not something that we discussed with the proponent. Now, I do understand that not all of their property right now may have road frontage, so that could be something that they may be considering. I'm not sure. I think that's a question we should ask of the proponent.
Thank you. And my last question is, in our recommendation, it says, including the concept plans submitted by ABNA. So that to me seems like there is no other concept plan, you know, like place where we might put the building other than the diagrams that are submitted where it's going to go right next to the parking lot. So I know I emailed yourself yesterday just asking if there is any room to move the building to the west side of the dirt road, and with the retaining wall coming out, no, that's not possible. You know, I just wondered, like, that's what I don't like about the motion, because we're married then to where it's showing in this diagram. And like, maybe we can even put it across if an alternative comes up for the Wellington Street extension. We don't need the dirt road anymore. We could put it across, you know, going north, east, west, facing the river. So as we go forward with this, if we approve this tonight, are we going to be talking about only where the train station shows in our concept plans submitted in tonight's report?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we'll be looking at other options and alternative in terms of potential location. I know that this particular location was selected because it is where the proposed parking lot would be located. So in terms of minimizing the impact on potential green space. So that's part of the reason why it was located there. But as you're probably aware, when we do go through a public process, usually for park designs or anything like that, we usually come up with some concepts that we present to the public, and then we get feedback. It's always easier to have something to present and get the public's feedback and reaction to it than if we go in with nothing. So that we would follow the same process in this case.
Thank you, and Your Worship, if I still have 30 seconds left or so. So with this concept plan that we saw tonight, it's just like what Councillor Hutchison was saying about the scale of it, because if you drive there, I don't know if everyone drove there this weekend or tonight, it's just a very narrow road, and you can't turn around like you have to do your three-point turn into the parking spot next to 9 North Street. So when you look at this, if this is what it will look like, then where the train station goes, it really is waterfront property, not non-waterfront property, because it's going to be so much closer to the road, to the water, and there's really not a lot of space. And this train station is 2 stories, which will block some of the waterfront views as you're approaching Doug Fleur Park from the south end. 2 stories is pretty high, and you know, if the road is going to be this wide, then the train station will be that much closer to the water, really, to me, making it waterfront property. Thank you.
Thank you. I have nobody else on my list. Is there anybody that wishes to speak that has not yet spoken? Seeing none, we'll call the question. And that carries. Item 4 begins with a staff briefing from Sherry Mills, Manager Policy Planning, Eric Carvinen, Senior Project Coordinator, Watson Associates, Economist Limited, and Rory Baksh, Associate, Dillon Consulting Limited. We'll be providing the presentation to Council of key findings on the employment lands strategy. Ms. Mills.
Thank you, Your Worship. The employment land strategy is one of the foundational pieces of background policy information that the city prepares. It represents a comprehensive review of city and privately owned employment lands and recommends a long-term vision and strategy to support economic growth and to ensure an adequate supply of jobs to the city's population. The recommendations from the Employment Land Strategy Review will be forwarded to the 5-year official plan review and the comprehensive zoning bylaw for implementation. I'm pleased to introduce the team that the city retained to complete the Employment Land Review. Jamie Cook, the Director of Watson & Associates, and Rory Baksh from Dillon Consulting. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, members of the public. It's a pleasure to be before you tonight to summarize the key findings of our industrial land strategy. As Sherry mentioned, this study is a key background report to the city, as it does lay out the long-term vision and plan for the city's industrial lands or employment lands over the next 20 years and beyond. It also forms a key background study to the city's official plan review, as Sherry mentioned. The city was provided in 2 phases. The first phase was a long-term land supply and demand analysis to look at the need for industrial lands over the next 20 years. The second phase involves a detailed and comprehensive industrial or employment land strategy that provides a comprehensive review of how the city's industrial lands are to be managed and planned over the long term. Industrial lands form a very vital component of the city's land use structure. They accommodate a broad range of industrial uses as well as a growing range of commercial uses and supporting employment uses related to ancillary retail and employment supportive uses. A key component of this study was to look at the long-term competitive position of the city's industrial lands. This was done within the context of the surrounding market area, primarily along the 401 corridor in Eastern Ontario. Through this analysis, we have identified that the city's industrial lands are very competitive. They're competitive from a shovel-ready and employment land supply perspective. They're competitive in terms of industrial land prices, tax rates. The city also exempts industrial lands from development charges or impost fees, so they are very competitive from that standpoint. We also looked at recent growth trends from both a macro and local economic perspective. We've identified that recent growth trends have been largely concentrated in the transportation and warehousing sector, but we've also seen a growing demand for office uses within employment lands and other non-industrial uses. And this trend has been accelerated by both the trends in the macroeconomy, which has seen the economy shifting from a goods-producing economy to a more service-oriented economy, but also given the concentration of institutions would serve as a catalyst to really drive the demand for the knowledge base and the creative class economy within Kingston. We see that as a real driving force for future development on the city's industrial lands over the long term. The city is one of the key developers of industrial lands within the city of Kingston with support from KEDCO. So this map here just provides an overall summary of the city's designated industrial lands, which we've identified here in purple. As you can see, the larger and more newer industrial areas include the Cataraqui Estates Business Park along the 401, the Gardner Road Industrial Area, as well as the St. Lawrence Business Park. There's also a number of older, more mature industrial areas which are located further from the 401 corridor, business parks and industrial areas such as the Alcan Business Park and Industrial Area, the Old Industrial Area, the Progress Avenue Industrial Area, and the Nortel Industrial Area. In total, these designated lands comprise about 1,000 hectares of land. About 260 hectares are currently vacant right now, so close to 75% of the city's currently designated industrial inventory is built out. And about half of the vacant lands that identified are currently considered to be serviced or shovel-ready. So I wanted to provide a few key characteristics of the city's long-term land needs and the key findings of the report. We've identified over the long term and building on the work that's already been prepared as part of the city's official plan population and employment forecast, we've identified that about 45% of the city's employment growth will be accommodated on employment lands. And that's a fairly typical number, or a generally sort of average number that we see. About close to 50% of employment growth is accommodated on employment lands in most municipalities across Ontario. We've identified a moderate rate of forecast absorption over the next 20 years, approximately about 8 hectares a year, or about 166 hectares of land over the next 20 years. So based on our review of long-term demand and available supply, we have identified that there is a sufficient supply of industrial lands to meet the long-term need over the next 20 years, but we've identified that there are some mismatches between the availability of supply and forecast demand. And some of those key mismatches include the designation of lands between general and prestige uses. About 31% of the existing supply is in the prestige category. Sorry, about 45% is in the prestige category, but about 60% of the demand we anticipate to be in the form of prestige industrial uses. We've also prepared a comprehensive review of intensification opportunities within the city's older industrial areas. We've identified approximately 10% of future employment growth should be accommodated within established industrial areas through intensification. We've identified that the city should promote intensification and redevelopment within its older industrial areas, including the old industrial area, the Alcan industrial area, to maximize the utilization of developed industrial lands. As part of this recommendation, we have identified that the northern part of the Wellington Street extension is required to permit access and service some of the lands in the old industrial area and to improve the development potential of the broader area within the old industrial area. It's recommended that a secondary plan be completed for the old industrial area to provide a more detailed description of the proposed land uses and planning policy within this area. We've also identified that the city should redesignate the JSM property from general industrial to business park industrial and work with the landowners to maximize the development potential of this property over the long term. We've identified the need to explore options to expand the Alcan Business Park to the south over the long term, which would involve acquiring a portion of the unused lands of the Novalis site. It's also recommended that the city prepare a secondary plan for the Alcan industrial area. Over the longer term, we've also identified strategic recommendations to expand new industrial areas within the city's boundary and also expand lands beyond lands that are currently designated. Recommendation 1 is to provide servicing to the unserviced industrial lands within the Cataraqui Estates Business Park by 2021, or subject to forecast demand for industrial lands. We've also identified that the deferred area, or the Clogs Road or ORC property, be designated for future industrial use and service in the medium term, and a secondary plan be provided in the near term. So these lands are located in the northwest area of the city, north of the Gardners Road Industrial Park. They're currently in the city's urban boundary, but they're not designated right now for industrial uses. So as part of this work, we've identified those lands to be designated industrial over the medium to long term. We've also identified and recommended that the city expand its urban boundary to accommodate the Browns property lands located immediately north of the St. Lawrence Business Park, with the intent of developing these lands over the long term. So these lands are currently outside of the city's urban boundary. This would require a small urban boundary expansion of about 35 hectares of land to expand the St. Lawrence Business Park to accommodate long-term needs. And lastly, we've identified the city should explore development opportunities with Queen's University and other external partners to expand the shovel-ready supply of lands within the Innovation Park. And lastly, a secondary plan should be developed for the Sydenham Road and Highway 401 industrial area and work towards developing these designated industrial lands over the long term. As part of our review, we also looked at the potential for industrial conversion. This included a review of 14 sites which were identified as potential candidates for conversion from an existing employment designation to a non-employment use. The review is undertaken within the context of the PPS and the City of Kingston's official plan policy framework, as well as our own evaluation matrix, which was developed by Watson and Associates. The matrix and the policy framework is largely designed to protect and preserve employment lands from conversion to non-employment uses, but we have identified that there are certain situations where there are merits to convert a site from an employment designation to a non-employment use. So these could be sites that are fragmented or landlocked, are isolated from other employment areas, or outside of a well-defined employment area, or from previous planning decisions have become rather unmarketable and undevelopable in the long term. So up to 14 sites, 12 were recommended for conversion to a non-employment use. And this does include the former Northtown lands. This was the largest site that we reviewed and recommended for conversion. It's approximately 41 hectares in size. Given the site's size, isolated nature, and distance from the 401, it was determined that this site is relatively unmarketable for industrial purposes over the long term and would be better suited for residential purposes. One of the sites that we reviewed, being the Cohen property, was recommended for the conversion from a non-employment use to an employment use. In general, the recommended conversions have had very minimal impact overall on the long-term land needs and land budgeting work of the assignment. I'm going to turn it over now to Rory, who's going to provide a few summary recommendations on the policy framework and policy recommendations.
Thank you, Jamie. As Jamie said at the outset of his presentation, one of the things that we were asked to do was to look at Kingston's employment lands from a perspective of competitiveness. As a registered professional planner in Ontario that's worked with municipalities for almost 2 decades, helping to plan employment lands and write their official plan policies and design their zoning bylaws, I can tell you point blank that as far as Kingston is concerned, you have an excellent set of official plan policies and a very good zoning framework in place right now. In fact, your official plan policies and your zoning bylaw regulations are probably the least of your concerns. What Jamie hasn't mentioned is that we're in a state of economic transition, and we're hoping to pull out of that as a economy nationally and regionally, and we expect that all municipalities will see the upswing of the economy, and Kingston has a lot of things going for it that we hope you'll begin to take advantage of as the economy continues to strengthen and improve. That being said, there are opportunities to improve our official plan policy and make sure that we're ready to welcome any new development that comes to this community that fits with our vision for the future. Official plan policy changes that are recommended in our report are really around the nuances of preparing ourselves for the new type of employees, the new type of workplaces that we're expecting to see. So a strong emphasis on employee quality of life will lead the updated policies in the official plan around employment lands. And making these great places to work so that they have amenities for employees and also attract employers, because these are places where employers want to have a business because it's a great place for their employees to be. And then making sure that we're protecting our employment lands from things that would encroach and otherwise take away the value that employment lands have. And then we also making sure that employment lands are in the right place. So making sure that urban employment lands happen in the right locations, and making sure that if we're getting rural type employment lands as well in Kingston over the long term, that those are being properly guided as well. As we said, this is feeding into the work right now happening on the 5-year update of the official plan, and will also feed into the new comprehensive zoning bylaw project. Expect in the months and the year and a half ahead to see these being reflected in the outputs of those exercises. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council? Councillor Schell.
Thank you, Mayor Patterson. Again, I'll go to the northern part of the Wellington Street extension. You do recommend that that be built to expand the number of sites currently with no road access and enhance development potential. And I believe in your report you've also talked about the development potential in that area is not particularly industrial. It's more to do with business parks and prestige development, partly because there's already residential uses there and that they would be compatible. Could you comment on that?
Well, essentially what you've summarized is exactly really what we've said in the report, that we do feel that the old industrial area, while it has been rather stagnant in the last 5 to 10 years for general industrial development, we do see it having more potential for business park and prestige type employment uses. And that really just goes hand in hand with what Rory was mentioning about the overall trends in the evolving economy. We continue to see the economy shifting from more of a goods producing economy to a service producing economy. And I think there's really no other area that I've looked at where that's where it's no more pronounced than in the city of Kingston, with the again with the catalyst that you have from the institutional post-secondary growth within the city. We do see more potential for the knowledge-based economy and the creative class economy. And we see the old industrial area having potential to see more of that kind of development. But in order for that to happen, we do acknowledge that there is a need to open up those lands within the old industrial area, primarily within the more central areas within the area that are currently landlocked.
Thank you, and that has to do with interconnectability, not so much as big long roads getting in there, but you can't actually get from here to there in that area right now because the road interconnections are very poor.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Sanik.
Thank you, Your Worship. For Clogs Road, you recommend preparing a secondary plan in the short term, so that'd be the next 1 to 2 years. You also recommend a secondary plan for the Alcan industrial area and also the old industrial area, but it doesn't say if that's short term versus medium term. So for Alcan and the old industrial area and Clogs Road, what order do you see the preparation of the secondary plan being?
Well, the Clogs Road area, I would say, we identified that being the medium term. But in order to make sure that the planning process are underway and are completed in a timely manner, the city should probably be looking at that over the next few years. For the old industrial area, again, we'd recommend that be undertaken. I think the city's already identified in their official plan that a secondary plan is needed for the old industrial area, and that would be commencing, I think, in the near future. And then the Alcan industrial area was identified as more of a medium-term priority.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know when you started, but in December of 2014 at Planning Committee, we did have an application, which is still going through the process, for a new business park off of Counter Street. And then either January or February of this year, we had a planning application come through for a new prestige business park, also on Counter Street as Sir John A. So I just wondered if, because you said that we're lacking, we have a short supply of inventory of prestige business lands coming up in our inventory. So I just wondered, I guess you didn't take those into account because they're not approved, they're still in the planning process. And if they did get approved, how would that help our inventory? Would we still have a shortage, or would it make it okay?
I'd have to take a look at some of the details on that, but we've only looked at lands that are currently designated for industrial purposes. So any lands that are being proposed that aren't currently designated wouldn't be included in that supply. But over the long term, those applications would, obviously they would add to the overall inventory of prestige industrial land, and so they would benefit the city over the longer term.
That's how I see it too, they would benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other, Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of the old industrial area, did you see, just in terms of road development, did you see any need for east-west connections between Division and Montreal, as well as the north-south connections?
I'd have to take a look through the report. We haven't really gotten into the details of, a detailed road connection. I think really that would be the objective of, say, the transportation master plan and the secondary plan. So this strategy is really only providing the broad recommendations to suggest that, what is the market potential for these lands, and it's identified that the Wellington Street extension would provide a benefit to open up those lands, but we haven't provided a detailed road network, and that would be something that would come out of subsequent work.
Fair enough. So you wouldn't, I take it from that, you wouldn't be able to comment on whether, if it's like I've never objected to the northern part of the WSE, but just whether local road development running north and south and east and west would do this same thing for that area as the Wellington Street extension.
Again, it's probably beyond the scope of our work to really get into that detail. I think the main arterial that we've identified is the Wellington Street connection or extension, but there would likely be other road improvements that would be required to some of the more internal road network to ultimately improve and connect the circulation of that industrial area. But we just haven't gone into that kind of detail in this study.
So you followed that line of logic because that's what's on the books now. Is that correct?
No, I'm suggesting that if you were to extend the Wellington Street, the extension, that you would ultimately require, in order to open up the circulation, there likely would be other improvements. But I haven't been part of the work that's been done as part of the Wellington Street master plan or any of those details. That we're only providing a broad recommendation based on our review of the market potential for the old industrial area, the existing supply opportunities, and how we can ultimately, and the recommendations that can ultimately benefit and open up the accessibility of those lands over the long term. But we haven't gone into those details. That's for the next round of work.
Thank you. One last question. When you're talking about permitted retail development and employment areas, can you give a better idea what... I'm thinking of this. We had a study done just a few years ago that indicated we had more than enough retail. And what we lacked was industrial and employment in the industrial sense. So what is the rationale behind making one of your PowerPoint, one of your points, the permitted retail development and employment areas?
Okay, so I'll start the answer on this one, and then I'll have Roy jump in from a policy perspective. I think really what we're getting at here, so from an economic standpoint and more from the technical side of things, we're seeing employment lands, and we're seeing the economy evolve, and we've seen that evolution occurring over the last decade and beyond, and we talked a bit about that. And so that evolution is driving the need for more service-oriented and prestige business uses, and so we've identified that there is the potential to offer amenities through employment supportive uses like retail uses, for example, other personal service uses, to provide amenities in business parks that would cater to the businesses and the employees that work in there. So these are uses that are going to ultimately enhance the functionality of the business park. So what we're not advocating is for major retail uses in employment areas that would be not supportive of the broader function of the industrial area or the employment area. And I'll have Roy maybe jump in just if you want to say anything further.
Yes, again, the compliment that I gave to the City of Kingston on its employment lands policies still stands. They're actually very good policies, and they do two very important things with respect to employment and retail. They protect employment lands from being eroded by major retail development, and they help direct retail to the right locations. There is provisions in the official plan that, again, as Jamie has described, allow for very specific types of retail to occur, and these are the ones that we consider to be acceptable. And again, these we see some nuances in terms of wording that could be improved to, again, make sure that we're protecting employment lands for the job creation benefits that they offer to the city as a major driver of economic development.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you both very much.
Thank you.
So we will now move to the recommendation. So that's 4B. Employment Land Strategy Review Study Final Report. Seeing no questions, or Councillor McLaren.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Having started to read this and breeze through towards the end of it, and realizing that this has a very big impact on the future of Kingston, both in what we're doing right now and in the rewording of the official plan and the new bylaw, I feel that I would very much like a little bit more time to develop more questions, more understanding of this than just the 4 days that we've had so far. To that end, I would like to make a motion that this employment land studies review be deferred to Planning Committee for further consideration at the committee meeting of April 16th, 2015. And it is seconded by Councillor Hutchinson.
Okay, so there is a motion that's been put forward by Councillor McLaren, seconded by Councillor Hutchison, to defer the employment land strategy report to Planning Committee. If we can get that up on the screen. So it's to defer the report to Planning Committee of April 16th, 2015 for further consideration. Is there any debate, discussion to time or place? Councillor Schell.
Question to time, would Watson and Associates and Dillon Consulting be able to be there on April 16th? Because I presume that's part of the motion.
So we're just, staff I believe are just looking into that now.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they have confirmed that they're available for that meeting, and we're going to be in attendance anyway in another matter.
So at some cost, they can come back. Is there anybody else to time or place? Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just curious, I guess, question about time for staff. Where would that fit in terms of what ongoing work on the official plan update? Would this be part of the process anyway?
So I think that's a fair question, is would this deferral affect any other pieces of work that staff are putting forward? Ms. Agnew?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in terms of impact, this is a major piece that feeds into the 5-year review, and that's a process that's undergoing work right now and will continue through to the end of 2015. The timing of this is quite critical and of the essence, but that said, looking at bringing this forward to Planning Committee in April, is that doable? I think that's something that we could accommodate, but I do want to comment that as part of the process associated with this strategy, there were public meetings that were held, and there was a lot of public consultation processes that were undertaken in the form of actual meetings, and then also having independent sessions with different members of the public. So there has been an element of public consultation that has been undertaken, and that I just wanted to bring that to Council's attention as well.
Okay, so with that, we will call the vote on the motion to defer. Please vote now. Still one vote. And that carries by a vote of 7-6. Okay, moving on to item 5A. We have another briefing from staff Mark Van Buren, Director, Engineering, and Valerie McGeer, ACOM Consultants, will be providing a briefing regarding the Kingston Transportation Master Plan.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. In the interest of time, I am not going to proceed with any of my comments, but I am going to introduce Valerie McGeer. Valerie is with AECOM. They are the consultants that were tasked with doing the update to the Kingston Transportation Master Plan. Also along with us tonight is Deanna Green. You'll know her as the Manager of Traffic for a City. Sheila Kidd, the Director of Transportation Services. So certainly we're all here to assist with any questions that you may have following the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll start with a description first of the Transportation Master Plan. This is a document that provides a long-term strategic vision and direction for the development of the transportation networks, programs, and priorities of the city. It gives the need then that we examine for specific projects a broader context and helps us to define them more appropriately. It looks at all modes of transportation, from walking and cycling and transit to personal vehicles. A master plan must fulfill phases 1, problem and opportunity, and phase 2, alternative solutions of the municipal class EA process. The alternative solutions part of the process considers functionally diverse ways of improving the system. This goes from everything from managing the travel demand, improving the transportation network, and encouraging alternative modes. Included in the TMP update that was finished, it was the progress that has occurred since the 2004 KTMP, an assessment of the transportation needs for the next 20 years and strategies to address those needs. There were targets for walking, cycling, transit, and automobiles were established in this document, and policies and programs that are needed to achieve these non-automobile targets were also examined and established. The road network improvements and ongoing investments that are required to support the growth were also defined. As a foundation for the study, the city conducted a public attitudes survey in the fall of 2013. We had 846 residents participating in phone surveys and online surveys, and these residents identified convenience, travel time, and cost as the most important factors that influence their choice of travel. There was also a public open house last June. There were notices and invitations that were sent out to the stakeholder list that we have that includes agencies, community groups, special interest groups, and individuals. And there was over 55 people that attended this public open house. There are a number of emerging trends that influence transportation behavior and as documented in this KTMP. Greater Kingston is predicted to grow in population until the early 2030s and then experience a slight and gradual decline. The 2041 population is predicted to be 26,000 more than in 2011, or 185,500. Also by 2041, there will be 13,000 more jobs than in 2011. Part of the population decline will be a result of the aging demographics, the aging population. This has implications for future transportation needs. The choice of transportation mode plays a large role in the sustainability of our community. Kingston has placed an emphasis on sustainability as part of its vision. Also, our desire to choose healthy and active transportation modes will help reach the sustainability goal of the city. The identification of transportation needs in the KTMP also looked at what was affordable in the short and longer terms. Energy costs, including higher or lower gas prices and other energy costs, will affect our travel choices. Technology will help us maximize the capacity of our existing road network and will facilitate non-automobile modes to make them more attractive. All of these trends were considered in the decisions made as part of the KTMP process. The priorities in the KTMP start with the most sustainable modes, walking and cycling and public transit. Transportation Demand Management, or TDM, encompasses these three non-automobile modes as well as other measures that help reduce the number of trips made during the peak period, such as working at home, ride sharing, and flexible work hours. The city has a detailed TDM strategy that was completed in 2011. Transportation Systems Management, or TSM, encompasses measures to increase the capacity of the existing road and network without major network improvements. TSM includes new turning lanes to increase throughput and intelligent transportation systems to help get people through the system. Each of these will be discussed in the next few slides. First, let's consider the targets developed and set as part of the KTMP for each mode. Walking and cycling are considered together as active transportation. Progress has been made since 2004 KTMP and 2009. That is the last date when a survey was conducted that provides data on how the city is doing. For active transportation, we are setting a target for 2034 of 17%. For transit, we want to climb from the 3% in 2004 and 5% in 2009 up to 9%. Would also note that with the increase in population, these percentages also reflect many more individuals using these modes. We're looking for a decline in the use of automobiles from 76% in 2009 to 69% in 2034. For active transportation, there are two areas we look at. There's the utilitarian use, which is commuting, and then recreational purposes such as physical fitness and family fun. Since 2008, the city has added 161 kilometers of cycling infrastructure and 74 kilometers of sidewalks. The challenge for the future is to understand that some of the employment areas are distant relative to the new residential areas. And mostly we have people using active transportation for shorter trips. The KTMP recommends that the city develop a connected active transportation network, providing off-road pathway connections, and implement policies for walking and cycling infrastructure in new developments. Provide education and enforcement programs, develop an active transportation master plan, construct new sidewalks and cycling lanes, and examine opportunities to add cycling facilities along rural roads. Kingston Transit has experienced annual transit growth of almost 6% from 2002 to date. They have introduced the Transit Express service, which will help maintain growth. During the KTMP, we assessed a range of PM peak hour transit mode share targets for 2034 from 5% to 15%. What we found is that there were similar overall costs for the 9% and the 5% transit mode share. But to reach 11%, we require an additional investment of about $12 million. We looked at this and recommended 9% as the transit target. The KTMP recommends that the city continue investment in transit service, fleet, and infrastructure to meet the target of about 8 million trips a year. look to increase service frequency on existing and expanded express routes, and higher frequency transit service across the urban and suburban areas of the city. The city needs to review options for park and ride lots and other services that can link to Kingston Transit, and examine rural transit options as part of the Kingston Transit service reviews. In addition to the TDM initiatives under walking, cycling, and transit, the KTMP also looks to manage parking supply and pricing, identify park and ride lots, and provide policy support for active transportation and complete streets. Complete streets focus on all users of the road and to make their experience safe and comfortable. Another area is to focus on school travel and expand the Safe Routes to School program to encourage healthy lifestyles and active transportation for the children. The KTMP recommends that the city also continue to implement the following TSM measures: updating signal timing equipment, and also installing a central system to remotely monitor signalized intersections and make adjustments to traffic signal timings to facilitate those traffic signal timings. Also, the portable variable message signs help the city manage traffic during unusual conditions, such as when incidents or detours due to construction or other activities are required. Constructing left and right turn lanes where they're warranted and where it's feasible, and also to implement transit priority measures such as queue jump lanes to help the buses get in advance of other traffic. Since the 2004 KTMP, roadwork was completed on Centennial Drive, Bay Ridge Drive, Cataraqui Woods Drive, and John Counter Boulevard. There were also completed environmental assessment studies for John Counter Boulevard, Wellington Street Extension, and the third crossing of the Cataraqui River. The projects that have been recommended as part of the KTMP for consideration for implementation by 2034 include the third crossing of the Cataraqui River, the Wellington Street Extension, John Counter Boulevard, widening Bay Ridge Drive Extension, Cataraqui Woods Drive, Centennial Drive, Highway 15 widening, and the construction of Leroy Grant Drive. A significant change to the KTMP approach for 2015 was to accept greater delay and congestion on roads before identifying a need for improvement. Level of service is used to describe the transportation performance. It considers travel time, delay, congestion, how comfortable it is for the driver to drive. The graphic illustrates how when we go from an excellent level of service A to congestion under level of service F, a driver's freedom to maneuver is increasingly curtailed. Many municipalities are recognizing that it's not affordable to expand the road network to maintain the performance we enjoyed in the past. Many, including Kingston, are now emphasizing transportation strategies that encourage sustainable modes, including transit, walking, and cycling. The level of service target has changed from 90% of the capacity of the road to 100% of the capacity of the road before a need is identified. This change has been also made in the City of Ottawa, the region of Waterloo, Burlington, and London, and is recommended for Kingston. The road network recommendations made in this KTMP were selected based on this criterion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from council? Councillor Neal.
Yes, thank you. And I want to thank both you and your report and staff for having a very positive focus on active transportation. I think that is very reassuring. And I also know that transit, especially with our expanded express routes, I now take the bus every day. And
question?
Yeah, and my question is, do we indeed how much capacity is there within the plan to increase that? And then I have a question for planning, if I could, or for senior staff.
I think what I can say is that the Transportation Master Plan as a strategic document sets targets that we think are achievable, and no one would be happier than we are if we were to exceed those targets in the City of Kingston. And this will be looked at in the next update of all the policy documents that will lead to a new KTMP.
Thank you. And I know the PPS, and this is a question to staff or planning, PPS looks at better use of transit corridors for residential development. And I'm troubled a little bit because the figures for the population growth that typically get used forecast a decrease in population in Williamsville, when in fact we've added over 2,000 bedrooms in Williamsville in the past 3 years with the approvals that are coming up. So is there a way that we can adjust those population figures to reflect the reality, which is the great increase along transit corridors of development, as in Williamsville?
Commissioner Hurdle.
Through Mr. Mayor, I'm going to give this a try, and if I have anybody else from my team that'd like to add, I would welcome any additional comments. I think in terms of the population model that was done was actually done based on what we expect in terms of population growth, and that's connected to employment. We don't actually look at housing and look at housing as driving the population growth. It's the other way around. We look at population growth and then how much housing we will require to meet the needs of that population growth. So I think what you're referring to is a lot of the housing that's been built in Williamsville has been built recognizing that there is a large student market in that area. The population projection, when we presented them to council last year, or late 2013, I forget now, we did indicate that it didn't include students. So the population growth did not include the students, and I recognize that some of the housing growth that you've experienced in Williamsville is connected to the student market. So we wouldn't adjust the population modeling based on the student market and the housing starts because of that.
That would be very helpful because in fact student growth is indeed population growth in the city and in different districts of the city. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? Councillor Hutchison.
Yeah, well, you indicated that you did a modal share report study in 2004, 2009. So I'm wondering why the natural progression wouldn't have one done in 2014.
What is required, and I think you've heard a good example tonight of employment lands and all these other studies that the city does, has to feed into our transportation study. So for example, the work done in 2009, then there was modeling done, then there was this TMP work done, and so we are now at the point of giving this information, and then the cycle will commence again. Would you, perhaps, is there any?
When you're talking about modeling, you're talking about traffic modeling, are you?
Correct, I am.
Mr. Van Buren.
Through your worship, just to supplement Ms. McGear's comments there. and to be frank, we intend to update the household travel survey when we undertake the next subsequent update to the transportation master plan. I think in the perfect world, we would have had some additional information as it related to a 2014 update to say where are we at this point in time. We don't have that, but that would certainly be the intent when we undertake the next update.
Thank you. One more question. When you're doing, I wish you could flip back because I didn't get to write it down altogether, but it was the assessed range of PM peak hour. There were about 3 words after that I didn't get down. On your slides. Somewhere maybe after this one.
Oh, no, you want the ones we considered. Transit?
There it is, yeah. Our transit mode share targets for 2034, and it occurs else there as well. So my question is, what frequency of transit provision did you use when setting up that transit mode share target? Right now, we have rush hour, what you're doing here, I take it is the PM peak hour is 15 minutes. Is that's correct, is it not? And Ms. Kidd? And I believe that's the service level that we supply. It's 15 minutes right now.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the peak service frequency that we operate right now is typically 15 minutes. On the Princess Street corridor, though, for example, where we have high frequency service with some overlap, that can get down to 10 minutes in some points of the day. So typically we're working to a 15-minute peak service at this point in time and a 30-minute off-peak, at least on the express level.
So did you look at 10-minute frequency on the major arteries, Princess Division, Montreal, etc.? Did you look at 10-minute service provision and the effect it would have on modal share?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. At this point in time, we haven't taken it to that level. So we're at the master plan level, which is sort of a 20-year horizon. And the forecasting that's been done at this point simply sets to achieve a 9% mode share in 2034. It identifies the capital investment that would be required. It identifies the number of buses that would be required, and it identifies that it will require certainly intensification of the service in the urban, suburban area and some expansion into the rural area at some point. In our 5-year plans that we developed that will supplement this master plan, that's when we get into the specifics of the timings of service and the routes and things like that. So as we get into the end of this year and into the early part of 2016, we'll be working on the next 5-year business plan, and we'll get into some of those service level discussions at that point and model it to that level.
I asked that question because, as Ms. Kidd knows, the 10 minutes is the frequency at which people start to get out of their cars. That and cost of fuel. Not together necessarily, but at 10 minutes is the frequency. It's the key frequency that traffic planners or transit planners know of. So,
question,
yes, I'm getting to it. You show that the usage cars is tending to drop. It goes down to 69% on what you had up there. What reasons do you have underwriting that projection, please?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
You show a steady decline in car or auto usage on your, if I'm wrong, you can correct me, but that's what I saw up there, down to 69%.
Correct.
69%, I take it? Yeah, of usage. So, what reasons underwrite or explain that decline from, what is it currently?
76%?
76, that's what I remember too, but why guess if you already know? So what are the reasons for that drop?
We're looking forward. We're emphasizing the active modes and other ways to make the best transportation system for Kingston. And so the vision of the official plan and other policy documents are incorporated and considered in the development of these targets. We look to see what we can achieve. And so we look at the active transportation, we look at transit, we say, what do we think that is reasonable to achieve? And so at this point, I'm not sure what specifics you're looking for in an answer, but that's the kind of a process that we go through.
That'll do for now. We'll check with Ms. Kidd maybe later. Thank you.
Councillor Osanek.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question about Bay Ridge Drive. I'm sure the West End councillors, they can say that a common question we get is, when is Bay Ridge Drive going to be widened to 4 lanes all the way down? So just so I'm looking at this plan right and looking at the chart, and the plan goes until the year 2034, there is no proposed widening to what we have now for Bay Ridge Drive. We know that it's going to be extended like this year, next year, up to Creekford, but for the lanes that are 2 lanes right now along Bay Ridge Drive, there's not going to be any extensions. Is that correct? Or not extensions, widening.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, surprising, but now we know what to tell everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Your Worship. So my question has to do with the shift in modes that we've already been discussing, and the gradual change from a percentage in the 90s of car transportation to dropping perhaps to 69%, and the increase of both transit, biking, and walking. So that trend is happening. At the same time, we've got the actual numbers that are for the capital costs on table 2, which is a large cost. It's almost $300 million. How do you explain the words that are in the report are often mention active transportation, but when you look at the numbers in the budget, the active transportation master plan is 150,000. Bikeway, signage, and so on, 1.5 million, pedestrian treatments, 1 million, that's 2.6 million. And the roads alone, the road network alone, if you add that up, it comes to over 230 million. It doesn't seem to me that the budget is reflecting a shift in priorities. So how would you explain that?
Well, I think that certainly there is investment going on in both the cycling and walking. Fortunately, in many cases, they are not nearly as costly to implement as the road improvements. And as you see, there is one very large item in there, which is the third crossing. So yes, road work is expensive, and we can do a lot with the money we have allocated to the pedestrian and cycling networks.
Yes, Mr. Van Buren.
I might just again supplement Ms. McGear's answer to that. The road project estimates also include funding that would be in there for cycling lanes and sidewalks that would accompany those particular projects. So they are reflected in the actual road numbers as well.
Thank you. That everyone understands that to be true. The current trend of putting cycling lanes at the side of roads, when in fact you don't need the same structural strength to support a bicycle as you do a heavy truck. But I understand that that's the current method that we do provide cycle lanes. As another question, I'm wondering, does it also not follow logically, if we're changing the threshold from level service D to level service E, 90% to 100%, that the trend is already switching modes, and we're talking about possibly augmenting transit even further, is it not possible that the peak may become an actual historical peak where it wouldn't grow any further, and so we don't need to, that the projections for 2034, it's a changing dynamic where it's actually a curve that's becoming less and less steep as time goes on, even though population supposedly is expanding the other way. Is it not possible that we could be reaching a peak in car demand if you incorporate all of the things, for example, the 1.2 riders per car, which is the current estimate? It seems to me mathematically logical that we may be reaching a peak, and therefore we could reallocate a lot of that road money to much cheaper infrastructure.
Certainly, one of the reasons why the master planning process is reviewed every few years is to understand what changes are taking place in society and in our travel habits. So there are still, even with considering much larger active transportation, TDM, TSM savings, and transit, even taking all that into account, plus making a higher threshold on the level of congestion before we say a road, more work is required. Even doing that in 2034, we need to make these types of improvements.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation this evening. Also, I'd like to ask you a question about transportation. So if we're going forward into the future for air transportation, what about transportation to get to the airport? Is that in the master plan?
Who would like to take that? Mr. Van Buren?
Through you, Your Worship, no, it's not specifically addressed in this master plan, largely because travel to and from the airport wouldn't necessarily be identified in terms of a capacity deficiency at this point in time. I guess there may be, some grounds for some further discussion as it relates to, are we accommodating for other modes of transportation to and from the airport, to look at all the other mode shares that might access the Kingston Airport. But again, that hasn't been addressed in the level of specifics in this particular document.
Thank you. So it has a potential of being addressed in the future, that there might be a bus or some way of getting to the airport in the future to accommodate this.
That's correct. And again, if we think about whether or not we want to start to contemplate pedestrian and cycling access to the airport, those things would be contemplated as we approach the work associated with the Active Transportation Master Plan, which was one of the initiatives that was recommended as part of this particular report. And as Ms. Kidd indicated, work that they have ahead in terms of preparing their next update to the Kingston Transit Plan may look at the specifics in terms of busing to and from the airport as well. So that work would fall in terms of the next level of detail following this particular Transportation Master Plan.
Okay, thank you. I have another quick question. What about charging stations in the future if we continue to have more and more electric cars? Is that something you've considered as well in the plan?
Not within the Transportation Master Plan. This is a strategic level study, but it feeds down into future studies of for TDM and TSM and all the other initiatives, and that would be definitely something that might encourage sustainable transportation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Schell.
Thank you, Mayor Patterson. This has to do with how reports connect together. We've had the Employment Lands report tonight, which talked about Leroy Grant Drive, encouraging shovel-ready projects for Innovation Park. And yet in our Transportation Master Plan report, the Leroy Grant Drive connection, which is described here as important for getting people downtown, having a parallel road to Division Street, isn't planned to be constructed till 2033. So how does the Employment Lands report work with the Master Transportation Plan report to sort of change things around? Like, do you check them together and see what one group has suggested and then start to adjust, say, the Leroy Grant Drive plan, move it forward because it would be good for the employment lands of Kingston, that sort of thing?
Yes, there's always the opportunity, and again, that's why these plans are updated on a 5-year basis. So if there was to be some advancement in terms of initiatives that happen in the Alcan lands, there would certainly be the opportunity as we approach the next update to the Transportation Master Plan, certainly as we approach the next update to the Development Charges bylaw, that we could change the schedule to work towards advancing some of those projects so they're working in tandem.
Okay, next on my list is Councillor McLaren.
Thank you. Considering that this is a strategic document, I'm concerned with what appears to be two policies that are cross purposes to each other. When we build a new road or expand an existing road, we alleviate traffic congestion, as I understand it. But in the demand management aspect of this, it would seem that congestion is one of the forces that actually induces people in their utility calculus to change behavior. And if we're alleviating or disincentivizing the behavioral change that we want, we seem to be having building new roads working against the desired outcomes that we want. And this would disincentivize the use of transit or bicycling or walking and encourage the use of cars. Is there a way that we can overcome this apparent cross purposes?
I think the change from level of service of providing roads when the road is at 90% of capacity and instead leaving it until the road is 100% of capacity and then providing some relief is how we further help people make that choice to use sustainable modes as transit, walking, and cycling. Because it's still not going to be that nice to drive if the capacity of the road is virtually reached.
If I may, if the road the capacity is virtually reached for the automobile, wouldn't that be a good reason to install, say, transit-specific lanes or special routes for transit, all these other traffic demand management to facilitate the other active transportation and transit so that when the behavior does change, it goes back to a level that is acceptable without actually having to build a new road? That's the whole point of focusing on demand side strategies over supply side strategies.
And I can say that's why in 2034, we start with a certain number of trips that we expect to be generated in the city of Kingston. And we subtract from that the number of trips that we want with our target to be made on transit. And we take down all the trips that we think we can get away. We can use TDM, TSM, transit, walking, cycling, and then we're left with the trips that are going to be made, we expect, on automobile. And those trips, we're not providing any more roads unless the capacity of the road has been exceeded.
Thank you. There are no other questions from council. Thank you very much. Okay, so just before we move to item 5B, which is discussion on the Kingston Transportation Master Plan, I'm just noting by my clock, it is exactly 10:45. So at this point, I will ask for a motion to extend the meeting. Now, if this does not pass, then my intention is to call another meeting of council for Thursday night, because I would then need to provide 24 hours notice. So it would be Thursday night after the ARC committee meeting, which I believe is from 6 to 7. So just letting you know, if it doesn't pass, that's what we'll do. If it does pass, then there are options, but I need to know exactly, if there is a motion to extend the meeting, exactly extend until when. So we can extend to the end of the agenda, we can extend, if that does happen, we can even defer certain council motions individually, should we so choose at that point. If somebody else would like to propose another end date, so to a certain point in the agenda, then I can take that as well. Councillor Neal, I see your hand first.
I would move that we extend the meeting to 11:45, but with a recognition that we shouldn't be doing things that aren't time sensitive. In other words, there are several motions that have my name on them that I'm quite willing to defer when they come up in order to get through the agenda tonight. So 11:45 is the extension I'm requesting.
Mr. Clerk, can I see you for a moment? Okay, so just so everyone's clear, there is a motion to extend the meeting to 11:45. What that means is that at 11:40, we will move immediately to time-sensitive items and bylaws, and then I will call a special meeting and we will continue on Thursday night. Is there a seconder for the motion to extend the meeting? Seconded by Councillor Candon. Please vote. And that carries. We have 1 hour. Okay, so item 5B, Kingston Transportation Master Plan Update. Councillor Stout.
Thank you, Mayor Patterson. I previously submitted a motion to defer this to EITP, and I guess I can only speak to time and place, but the time would be the next EITP meeting on April 14th. Should I read the actual deferral? Okay. So, read it? So, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Osanek, that Clause 5B, Report 27 be deferred in order to allow EITP to hold a public meeting on April 14th, 2015 to consider the Kingston Transportation Master Plan update.
Okay, so there is a motion to defer on the floor. If I could ask the mover, is the intention then to, if we're having a public meeting on April the 14th, is the intention then for EITP then to consider the Transportation Master Plan at that point? What would be the next step?
Yeah, so I guess it's been rewritten. I originally had deferred to EITP for further consideration and that a public meeting be held at the beginning of the EITP meeting on April 14th.
Okay, so there is a motion to defer. Debate is only to time or place. With respect to time, I will ask a question of staff. Given timing to have a public meeting and then the process that would be then required to bring it back to council, can staff indicate to us what are the implications of deferring it to this point? Mr. Van Buren.
If the report is to be deferred to the IT meeting for April, And I would assume, based on the discussion, that the public consultation component would occur as part of the committee meeting as opposed to separate from. I'll have to check quickly in terms of availability for our consultant. She's nodding. So as far as the timing is concerned, we could make that work.
Okay. So again, at some cost, we can defer. Anybody else to time or place? We'll call a vote. And that carries. On to item number 6, Wellington Street Extension Comprehensive Report. Is there any comments or questions? Councillor Stroud.
So this might save us some time as well. Sorry, I'm just flipping back here. So unfortunately, the Wellington Street Extension Comprehensive Report includes a clause about the environmental assessment update as recommended in the Transportation Master Plan update. It's right in the first clause of the recommendation. But the Transportation Master Plan is going to committee now, so it would be paradoxical to vote on this, I think, before the Transportation Master Plan has been dealt with by EITP. So I thought of this after I submitted my earlier deferral, so I passed on another one to defer this until after the recommendation from EITP comes back to council so that we have the Transportation Master Plan back.
Okay, so we have another motion to defer.
Oh, yeah, the seconder, I believe, was Councillor McLaren? Yeah.
So it's moved by Councillor Stroud, seconded by Councillor McLaren, that the clause with respect to the Wellington Street Extension Comprehensive Report be deferred until the May 19th meeting or until such time that the Kingston Transportation Master Plan has been considered. Debate or questions with respect to time or place? My question with respect to time from staff: can we deal with item number 6 without having passed item number 5? CEO Hunt?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, you could. The process that staff is suggesting here is an update of the EA process, which is really the scope of work that would be necessary to assess all the alternatives necessary in process and necessary to accommodate council's direction of March the 3rd, I believe it was. And so as a result of that, we do intend to bring back a report specifically to that scope in May, but we're giving council a heads up that that will include a recommendation to do an EA, because any work that would be done to assess transportation routes that would be necessary to then officially change the official plan would have to go through an EA process.
Thank you. If there's no other debate, we'll call the question on the motion to defer. Please vote. And that carries by a vote of 7-6. Item number 7, Capital Project Status Report, 4th quarter 2014. We will call the vote. Please vote. That carries. Report number 28 from the Planning Committee.
I have to find it. I know. I had it perfectly out there, and then as I kept going through and through. Thank you very much. I would like to present Planning Report number 28 and ask that it be received and adopted. Thank you. Thank you.
So it's moved by Councillor Shell, seconded by Councillor George, that report number 28 from the Planning Committee be received and adopted.
So I'm just looking through this. There are there's clause 1, clause 2, clause 3, clause 4, which has been separated. Okay, so we have the 4 clauses. Clause 4 is separated. Would anybody else like to separate any of the other clauses? Seeing no, we will take the vote on clause 1, 2, and 3. Clause 1 is approval of administrative amendment zoning bylaw numbers 76-226 and 97-102. Clause 2 is approval of application for official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and draft plan of subdivision, 1163 Centennial Drive. Clause 3, approval of application for zoning bylaw amendment, 259 to 265 Princess Street. So we'll call the vote on those 3. And that carries. Item 4, and Councillor Shell and Councillor Cannon have stepped away. Clause 4 is approval of applications for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, project Site 1, 495 Princess Street, and project Site 2, 333 University Avenue. We'll call the question. And that carries. Report 29 from the Municipal Heritage Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is my pleasure to introduce report number 29 from Municipal Heritage Committee, and I ask that Council receive and adopt it.
Moved by Councillor Stroud, seconded by Councillor Shell, that report number 29 from the Municipal Heritage Committee be received and adopted.
So there are 6 clauses. Councillor Neal.
If memory serves me well, number 6 is the Sydenham District Heritage. I would like to separate it.
Okay, would anybody else like any of the other clauses separated? Seeing no, we will take the vote on clauses 1 to 5. Number 1, application for heritage permit under the Ontario Heritage Act, 67 University Avenue, Ontario Hall. Number 2, it's a heritage permit for Grant Hall. Number 3, a permit for Theological Hall. Number 4, a heritage permit for Summerhill. And number 5 is a notice of intention to designate Orser House, 1621 Jackson Mills Road. We'll call the question. Please vote. And that carries. Number 6, Old Sydenham Heritage Conservation District Plan, March 2015. Councillor Neal.
Yes, I want to congratulate staff on putting this together. It's been a long time coming. We talked about this when I represented Sydenham Ward in the mid-90s. And I know as former SWATRA chair in the early 2000s that this was a plan that Bill Glover initiated and then was put through and begun in his first term on council. And I think it's an excellent, excellent plan. I do have a quick question of staff because I have had numerous phone calls from one person who had an concern about this. Her concern was that this would make any upkeep or standard maintenance such an onerous task that she wouldn't be able to afford any longer to maintain her home. I tried to assure her that that wasn't the case, but perhaps staff could speak to that.
Ms. Agnew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. So with this plan, what it does is it provides an overall guide for any potential redevelopment that would happen in the area. Standard items that are related to property maintenance, household maintenance, they would remain the same as they would for any other property owner in the city. So there isn't anything that would be enhanced for the average property owner in terms of due diligence and regular maintenance on their dwelling as a result of this plan.
Thank you.
Councillor Stroud.
Thank you. My question is to Mr. Bray, the consultant who prepared the study on which this plan is based. Mr. Bray, thank you very much for your work. If you could just, for the public and members of the committee, just give a one-sentence answer on the historical significance of this plan for Kingston.
I'll allow 2 sentences, Mr. Bray. That's a big question to answer in 1 sentence, so.
You want a consultant and an adjunct professor to boil 1 sentence. It's a very special place in Kingston, in Canada. It's been noted as an area of heritage interest since 1960 in local plans. There's been a huge amount of investment in the area already along this line. This is basically the cherry on top.
Okay. Seeing no other questions or comments, we will call the vote. And that carries. Report number 30 from the Administrative Policies Committee.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to introduce report number 30 from the Administrative Policies Committee so that the council, I would ask that they receive and adopt it.
It's moved by Councillor Stroud, seconded by Councillor Osanek. Report number 30 from the Administrative Policies Committee be received and adopted.
So there are 2 clauses. Would anyone like either of them separated? So the answer is yes. So we'll separate 2, so we'll deal with them individually. Number 1 is review of the 2014 municipal election. We will call the vote. And that carries. Number 2, 2015 tax ratios and tax capping parameters. Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Your Worship. To staff, I just want to know how much we adjusted the multi-residential property class this year, and when does that program end? Because I know we did that in my first term on council, and there can't be that many years left. So, because I've had a call or 2 about this, so
Ms. Kennedy.
I'd just like to know.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. The program is over 10 years, and it ends in 2017. So it's being proportionally reduced down. 2015, we're down to 2.22, and aiming to 2.1 by 2017.
Okay, I just want to say that there's a sense, I think, of people out there that they recognize that they're paying it up. Tenants are paying more in high-rise at a rate of taxation higher than it is for individual homes. And we try to address that by this program. fine of what we did, but perhaps we can consider speeding it up.
The vote. That carries. Report 31 from the Municipal Accessibility Advisory.
Thank you, Your Worship.
It's moved by Councillor Holland, second by Councillor Camden, that report number 31 from the Municipal Accessibility Advisory Committee be received and adopted.
Okay, there's just the one clause. Seeing no questions or comments, we will call the vote. And that carries. Report number 32 from the Environment, Infrastructure, and Transportation Policies Committee. Councillor Neal.
It's my pleasure to submit report number 32, duly moved and seconded.
And that carries. Number 2, that is requested by the Kingston District Labor Council. Council proclaim April 28th, 2015 as National Day of Mourning in the City of Kingston. Moved by Councillor Neal, seconded by Councillor Rosanek. Please vote. That carries. Motion number 3, that as requested by the Kingston District Labor Council, Council approve the raising of the National Day or Mourning flag on April 28th, 2015 in the City of Kingston. Moved by Councillor Holland, seconded by Councillor Neal. Please vote. Still one person to vote. And that carries. Number 4, that is requested by the Ontario Regional Common Ground Alliance. Council proclaim the month of April 2015 as Dig Safe April Kickoff in Kingston in the City of Kingston. Moved by Deputy Mayor Bohm, seconded by Councillor Hutchison. Please vote. That carries. Number 5, that is requested by the Ontario Regional Common Ground Alliance. Council approve the raising of the flag on April 1st, 2015 in the City of Kingston. Moved by Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Stroud. Please vote. Number 7, that is requested by Hospice Kingston. Council proclaim May 4th to 8th, 2015 as National Hospice Palliative Care Week. The power of 10, let's talk about hospice palliative care in the City of Kingston. Moved by Councillor Schell, seconded by Councillor Turner. Please vote. That carries. Number 8, that is requested by Transplant Advocate Association. Council proclaim the month of April 2015 as beadonor.ca month in the City of Kingston. Moved by Councillor Hutchison, seconded by Councillor George. Please vote. And that carries. Number 9, that as requested by Transplant Advocate Association, Council approve the raising of the flag on April 19th to the 25th, 2015 in the City of Kingston. Moved by Councillor Neal, seconded by Councillor Allen. Sorry. It's whoever I see first. I try to spread it around as best I can, but before we call the question, just a question to the clerk. Is motion number 9 consistent with our flag policy?
Yes, it is. We'll be raising the flag once down here, and the remainder of the time we raise at the other location for the north.
Thank you. We will call the question. Please vote. And that carries. On to new motions. Motion number 1, moved by Councillor Neal, seconded by Councillor Hutchison, that a bylaw be presented to Council to amend bylaw 2010-1 as amended, the Council procedural bylaw, by inserting the following wording to section 14-10. Any time spent asking questions of staff does not count against the member's 5-minute time allowance for making a speech about the motion or issue. And further amended by inserting the following wording: any member of council shall be recognized by the chair and allowed to propose an amendment to a motion on the floor regardless of whether she or he has already spoken to the main motion. Councillor Neal.
I would suggest deferral of this to our next council meeting, since this isn't time sensitive, and I believe that's the case with all of the procedural motions that follow.
So, okay, so you are moving a motion to defer for motions 1, 2, and 3. Mr. Clerk, can I see you for a moment? Okay, so the clerk has advised that we really should be doing this individually. So we will do, so each motion, I won't read through the first 3 motions, but we'll just do a motion to defer and go from there. The other thing that I will point out to council is that it is 11:17. If we decide that we want to defer all of the council motions, we could be done by 11:45 and not have to come back on Thursday, but that would require a motion to reconsider. So I'm just going to throw that out there. If somebody wants to do that, that's fine. I will entertain that. Okay, so let's see, because we're not there yet. So we'll see whether or not we're going to be in a position to do that. New motion number 1. So there's a motion to defer, moved by Councillor Neal. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rosanek. Please vote. Okay, so please vote. Motion to defer. That carries. Motion number 2, moved by Councillor Rosanek, seconded by Councillor Neal. Is there a motion to defer? Moved by Councillor Rosanek, seconded by Councillor Turner. I saw your hand. I caught it. Please vote. And that carries. Motion number 3, moved by Councillor McLaren, seconded by Councillor Stroud. Councillor McLaren.
Sorry, I'd like to make a motion to withdraw new motion number 3, seconded by my seconder.
So, Mr. Clerk, can I see you for a moment? Okay, so there's a motion to withdraw, moved by Councillor McLaren, seconded by Councillor Stroud. Please vote. Still one person to vote.
So would everybody please re-vote, please?
Can everybody re-vote, please? That carries. Motion number 4, moved by Councillor Neal, seconded by Mayor Patterson, that the following motion approved by Council on March 3rd, 2015 be reconsidered. So this is the motion from March the 3rd. So our procedural bylaw states that a motion to reconsider requires 2/3. The mover and or the seconder can give a brief, concise statement on the rationale for why they want the motion to be reconsidered. Councillor Neal.
Thank you very much, and this shouldn't take long. I had, in fact, there was some mission creep. I didn't intend for all of the obscure committees that hardly ever meet to suddenly have to be called to a meeting. And I think that affects a couple of the Councillor George and Councillor Graham. So there is a motion about to be shown, and if this passes, which I recommend, we should be able to get through it instantly.
Okay, so we will call the vote on the motion to reconsider. Again, this requires 2/3 to pass. Please vote. So that carries. So the motion is now on the floor as if it was never passed. So it's now open to full discussion and debate. Councillor Neal.
Yes, and I believe we may have hard copy, but it is up on the board. And again, I want to express my appreciation to the mayor who also seconded this. There are a number of committees, Milton Cemetery Board, Pine Grove Cemetery Board, Court of Revision, Central Pittsburgh Drain Committee, that seldom, if ever, meet. It wasn't my intention that we would call all of these, I'll call them obscure committees, into meeting unless there's a necessity. So what my motion does is appropriately identifies those committees that the motion was intended to address. And so I would appreciate support for this clarified motion.
Is there anybody else that wishes to speak to the motion to amend? Seeing none, we will call the vote. That carries. Is there any debate on the motion as amended? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. That carries. Motion number 5, moved by Councillor Holland, seconded by Councillor George, Whereas public consultation sessions increase levels of civic engagement and inform municipal program and policy design. Whereas bylaw 2010-1 defines public consultation meeting as a meeting hosted by staff, committee, or council in order to receive input from the public regarding a specific matter. And whereas parents of young children require childcare in order to fully participate in such sessions, and whereas arranging childcare imposes costs on parent participants not faced by other residents who attend such sessions, therefore be it resolved that staff be requested to present options on potential on-site childcare provision for public consultation sessions that could be introduced, including guidelines, policy, and costs for consideration to the Administrative Policies Committee by the end of Q2 2015. Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the motion be deferred until the next council meeting.
So there's a motion to defer. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor.
Because otherwise we're not going to get through the agenda. We'll have to come back Thursday night. So that's why people are saying
Please vote.
Sensitive, we can do it. And if you don't do that with your motion, but you have a big speech, you're going to lose.
That carries. For the next motion, I'll turn the chair over to the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I recognize you.
Actually, I'm going to ask you to take the chair for the motion because it's moved by myself. So.
Thank you, Your Worship. And you'd like to speak to it, I assume?
Only very briefly, but if you can just, if you want to just perhaps read even just the resolve clauses. And then.
So we are at, whereas Correctional Service of Canada celebrates 180 years of operations in the Kingston community this year, and whereas the Provincial Penitentiary of Upper Canada opened in Kingston on June 1st, 1835 as Canada's first penitentiary institution of its kind, and whereas Correctional Service of Canada and its employees have enjoyed a strong relationship with the City of Kingston and its citizens, and whereas the right to exercise freedom of the City will serve to honor the long and distinguished history of Correctional Service of Canada in Kingston and mark this historic anniversary, therefore be it resolved that Kingston City Council grant the right of freedom of the City and perpetuity to Correctional Service of Canada. This honor provides the right to enter and march in the City of Kingston, and that in recognition of the 180th anniversary of Correctional Service of Canada in the City of Kingston, permission to exercise freedom of the City in front of the City Hall be granted on May 31st, 2015, and that notwithstanding a proclamation policy, Kingston City Council proclaimed June 1st, 2015 in perpetuity as Correctional Service of Canada Appreciation Day in the City of Kingston.
Thank you. I don't think that there will be any debate on this. I think that this is a great initiative to reach out to correctional services, offer them freedom in the city so that they will be able to come and march down to City Hall and be able to celebrate the role that corrections has in the community. So with that, I have nothing else to add.
Okay, and Councillor Allen, you'd like to speak to it?
Just very briefly, I'm worried about it saying June 1st, 2015 in perpetuity in this, so it will only happen once forever is sort of what I'm reading. Is the intent of the motion to be June 1st in perpetuity or June 1st, 2015?
So in perpetuity would mean after June 1st, 2015, forever.
Great.
And with that, we'll call the vote.
That carries. Motion number 7. Moved by Councillor Holland, seconded by Councillor Stroud. Motion to defer or no? It doesn't matter, but if we're going to deal with it, I'm going to read through the clauses. If there's a motion to defer, then I'd rather just put that forward. It's totally up to you, Councillor Holland. Sorry, I'm looking for an indication one way or the other.
Sorry, I don't want to move to defer. If we defer, it won't go any.
Nope, that's fine. So moved by Councillor Holland, seconded by Councillor Stroud. Whereas the City of Kingston has initiated a program to provide free public transit for grades 9 to 11 in Kingston Public Schools, whereas grade 12 students do not currently have access to affordable transit, but rely on transit to access employment, volunteer, and extracurricular activities, and whereas students cannot apply independent from their families for an affordable transit pass as it is based on household income. And whereas many grade 12 students operate independent of their parents' finances after completing high school, yet do not qualify for free or affordable transit after grade 11 or until they are enrolled in post-secondary education, leaving a gap that can create negative lifelong impacts on their educational and employment activities. And whereas the City of Hamilton offers a summer youth pass from the period from July 1st, Canada Day, through to and including September 2nd, 2014, Labor Day, which provides a summer-long pass for the price of 1 month youth transit fares, therefore be it resolved that Council asks staff to provide options for a free or low-cost summer transit pass for grade 12 public school students to be made available July 1st, 2015, through to and including September 7th, 2015 by Q2. Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Your Worship. And to keep this as short as possible, I'm just going to focus on, I think there's a broader conversation to be had here about transit and youth and affordability. That's not the intention of the motion, although I do reference the need for affordable transit for this group. The intention is to buy a little bit of time. I hope we can have a fuller conversation about our role working with the school board to provide extend the service to grade 12s. If that were the case, they would be covered through the summer months, or at least that's how the program currently operates. So grades 9 through 11 have access to that pass through the summer, which is why I'm putting this forward as a sort of a short-term plan to cover grade 12s in the hopes that we move in the direction of providing a year-long pass. But of course, that's a discussion that we can have at another time and place. The reason I didn't want to defer was just because if this is going to be an option, I've spoken to staff and already we're sort of really kind of up against a deadline to have this implemented for this summer. And I just ask that we look at that as an option. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Neal.
I totally support this. I will say, because EITP is the committee that typically looks at transit issues, I'm not going to move an amendment, but I'm going to request, if time permits, that staff bring forward an information report to EITP in order that we may have a look at the proposal. So, thank you.
Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? CEO Hunt?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so normally in a situation like this, when there is no direction, we would come back to council. So if council wants us to go to EITP, then we will go to EITP, but you'll have to tell us in the motion.
Okay.
Given the time sensitivity, that was just a comment. I won't suggest that we move that amendment, given the time sensitivity.
So the motion will come, or the report will come back to council then. Seeing no other comments or questions, we'll call the vote. That carries. Motion number 8, moved by Councillor McLaren, seconded by Councillor Neal. I'm not going to read through all of the whereas clauses. I will read the therefore clause. Therefore be it resolved that Kingston City Council add their voice to the list of prominent people and institutions speaking against Bill C-51 by communicating to the Prime Minister and other municipalities in Ontario via the Association of Municipalities of Ontario the above noted concerns expressed in this motion. Councillor McLaren.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The work for this motion started after a constituent actually asked me to do something about this. My first response was that this is a federal issue. I should wash my hands of it and not touch it. But what she said to me was that you're still a citizen, and we do have the privilege of talking about this in our workplaces. As a municipally elected person, do we give up that right when we become elected not to talk about things that affect citizens throughout in our workplace? We do this, we've done this before. We've done it for the prison farms, we did it for housing and homelessness last time. But what this is really about is what we're going to leave for our children in the future. This goes way beyond what is needed for protection against terrorism, and not enough in others. Civil disobedience is being raised to the level of terrorism and to our detriment. We are leaving a world to our children in which we are constantly, as if we were in a line at a security airport where we have to watch our language at every moment. If you believe in your freedoms in this country, this is not something that we should tolerate. As citizens, we should stand up at every opportunity to do something to make our country better, to preserve our liberties, to preserve our freedoms. This bill is going in the wrong direction very fast and very far, and I would like to speak out against it, because as a citizen, that's what we do. And we have a slightly privileged position here in which people actually consider us leaders in our society. There have been other leaders who have also taken this initiative. We've talked about prime ministers. We've talked about chief justices, academics. We would be missing out on an opportunity to try and make Canada better. In the far future, if this goes through and we live in a state in which we cannot speak what on our minds, what are we going to say to our children when they ask us, mother or father, mama or father, where were you when they took away our freedoms? This motion is a call to stand up to our freedoms and our liberties, to stand in solidarity with former prime ministers and justices and academics and the people of Kingston who believe that this bill in its current form is a danger to our Canadian way of life. I ask you to actually be motivated by true patriot love as we protect our Canada, the true North, strong and free. I ask that we pray when we say the words, God, keep our land glorious and free. If these words are to mean anything, we should make a stand. Send a message. We're not critiquing each individual line. We're just saying what our constituents have said in a petition already with 500 signatures on it over just a week. How many other people have spoken to you about this? We see the polls now. This is just an opportunity to work in solidarity with other institutions and other people to give a reason to change for the better and to preserve our freedoms. I'm asking that your words actually mean something when you sing, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Thank you.
Okay, I do have a couple of other people on the speaking list, and it is now 11:39. So, Mr. Clerk, I will ask to move to bylaws. That there's no other time-sensitive material.
That is correct. There are no time-sensitive items at this point.
Point of order?
Point of order?
Yeah, this is time-sensitive in that it's already in the it's past the second reading at Parliament, and it's in committee right now. This is the time to actually do it, so I was hoping we could actually vote on this.
Mr. Clerk, can I see from? Okay, so I've conferred with the clerk on this. For an item to be time sensitive, it has to be noted as time sensitive in the agenda. That being said, for the interest of what I think council wants me to say, I will rule it as time sensitive so that we can deal with it and then be done by the end of tonight. So, given that, next on my speakers list is Councillor George.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, I appreciate the comments that Councillor McLaren has made in regards to the concerns I think we're all hearing from our constituency and others in regards to this. And I certainly appreciate the comments that Mr. McCann made earlier in his presentation. The only problem I have with this, and I really do wish that Councillor McLaren, and I know he's new at this, so it's a learning experience, but had contacted either Your Worship or myself. This is an issue that's being dealt with right now at the Police Services Board. We have a number of concerns with what's being proposed, very similar to what Mr. McCann was speaking to earlier, and I'd love to have the opportunity to speak with him one-on-one so that we can get his concerns included in our response. What is happening at the police services level, just so everyone knows, is we have been requested by the next level up, the Canadian Association of Police Services Boards, to comment. So every municipality across the country is being asked for their input so they can make presentation to the committee in regards to this and express their concerns. And believe me, we do have a lot at the board level. And that's even speaking with the chief as well. We have a lot of concerns with this thing. Now, two things that I found out today, the direction that you wish for this resolve clause to go, I had it confirmed this morning. Both the AMO board and FCM are not prepared to deal with this. They feel that it's out of their mandate, so they're not going to have anything to do with it. So sending it to them, it's not going to go anywhere. My suggestion would be, and as I just mentioned, I'd love to meet with Mr. McCann, but I think if there are members of council and members of the public that are still with us out there, have concerns over this and would like to get them in writing to your member of council, who can then forward them to the mayor or myself. We have a meeting coming up in 3 weeks at the Police Services Board where we are going to be putting our submission together to put forward to the Canadian level or the national level, where they are going to make that submission on our behalf. So there is a route for everyone to take, and we can make sure that all those concerns that everyone has out there are properly placed within the document that we will be putting forward. So I won't be supporting this for the simple fact that sending it to AMO isn't going to do anything for us, and but I do believe there is another alternative out there, and it is one that I believe has been established. We've been working on this for, I think, roughly 2 months now, that it was first requested of us to get our information together and get it back to them, and our deadline we've set for ourselves is our next meeting in April to make sure that we get it there before the third reading. So we'll leave that with you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchison, just before you speak, the clerk has asked, because this is going to go on for well beyond 11:45, that we need a motion to reconsider the end of our meeting at 11:45. Now, it only needs a simple majority because it's a reconsideration within the same meeting. Is there a motion to reconsider? Moved by Councillor Neal, seconded by Councillor Turner. Please vote. Still one person left to vote. And that carries. So the motion to extend the meeting is now on the floor. Would someone like to amend it? For example, to finish the agenda at this point. Deputy Mayor Bohm.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I'd like to amend the motion to finish the agenda for this evening. Thank you.
Okay, that's moved by Deputy Mayor Bohm, seconded by everybody. Seconded by Councillor Hutchison. Okay. Please vote. And that carries. Mr. Clerk, can I see from one? So now we'll call the vote on the motion as amended. So that was the motion to amend, the motion to extend the meeting, and now we'll vote on the motion as amended. Please vote. And that carries. Okay. Next on my speakers list is Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the remarks by Councillor George and presume the mayor is in there someplace too. And I'm glad to hear the Police Services Board is putting together a presentation. We'll send it off on this quite important issue. I just don't see why sending two motions hurts. And if AMO and FCM want to take that position, first of all, it goes to the Prime Minister. That's the main point, right? The second thing is if the municipalities, as through AMO and FCM, don't think it's something they want to deal with, then maybe this will nudge them to rethink their position. That's all. If it does, great. If it doesn't, well, no harm. So I didn't hear a reason not to pass this motion, really. I heard a reason, lots of good reasons for why the Police Services Board is doing what it's doing, and I applaud that. So may I ask if there is a reason why we can't pass both? I don't understand why Councillor George is voting against this if he's taking the same position at Police Services that he would tonight, essentially, in general. I'm sure there'll be much more detail, of course, I hope. Is that reasonable?
Councillor George, do you have a brief response that you want to provide?
Well, I think some of it boils down to duplication, and if our city's being represented by the Police Services Board and making our interest or our disinterest in this Bill C-51 known, it's all going to end up in the same place. I just don't know if the duplication is actually required. And the other problem I do have, Councillor Hutchison, is with some of these comments in the whereas clauses that I found were a little distasteful. I know that Councillor McLaren had indicated to our chief today that he was going to mention it was not directed at our local police department, although I didn't hear that in his opening remarks. But I do know that our local force was a little upset with some of what was stated because the clarity wasn't there to say that, where it was or where the facts lie to support some of the statements in the whereas clauses.
So I think
I won't support it for more than just one reason.
Thank you. So I think that's a good response to your question, Councillor Hutchison. Okay. Do you have any further? You still have 3 minutes on the clock.
I have one sentence. And that is, in the absence of knowing what those issues would be, I don't see that duplication is an issue. We can pass this and send it as a council, and the Police Services Board will do their thing. They will represent us in a different way, and that's fine too. And it'll just reinforce each other. So I'll vote for this. Thank you.
Councillor Neal.
Very quickly, I hope I can get a friendly amendment in here. Could we say Prime Minister and the leaders of the opposition parties as well, if that's friendly? And that would allow us, in fact, to get it beyond getting lost in the PMOs.
Mr. Clerk, can I see you for a moment? Yes, I'm sorry, we can't accept that as a friendly amendment, so it's going to have to be a formal motion to amend.
I would so move if there's a seconder, and I won't speak to it.
So the motion is to insert the words...
After Prime Minister and the leaders of the opposition parties. So that would be 3.
Moved by Councillor Neal. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Hutchison. Any discussion on the motion to amend? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. And that carries. Councillor Neal, you have 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock if you have anything else to say. Okay. Deputy Mayor Bone, will you take the chair?
Yes, Your Worship, and I recognize you.
Thank you. I'm afraid that I have some real concerns with this. There's been some discussion that, well, you know, we did this for the prison farms and we did it for housing and homelessness. Well, we passed a motion for the prison farms because it related to a specific property that was unique and attached to the city of Kingston. We passed motions on housing and homelessness because they relate to city departments and our own budgets in terms of what we do and do not prioritize for housing. So there are, from time to time, certain issues that come up at a provincial or federal level where they do absolutely relate to a municipality, and then it's absolutely fair and right to be able to communicate that. I don't see that here. I don't see why we wouldn't then have debates on income splitting or Canada's foreign policy or the war in Iraq. I mean, these are all issues that are very important to Kingstonians too. So where do we draw that line? As a city, as a municipality, we are a level of government. We need to decide how we're going to communicate. And my concern is that as a level of government, we have to be very careful with how we communicate. So let me give you an example. If this motion passes, what the clerk will do is he will take all of those whereas clauses, he'll take the whole motion, he'll put it in a letter, and that letter will go to AMO and to every municipality in Ontario. Now, we may understand that we're not talking about Kingston Police, we're not trying to, speak negatively about them, but how is every municipality in Ontario going to know that? When they read whereas clauses like being subject to the whims of law enforcement apparatus, how will they know that we're not speaking against our own police force? So these are the sorts of concerns we have. We have to be careful with how we communicate outside of our community, and also to levels of government. I'm a firm believer that we should be very careful and maintain good relations with every party and every level of government, because you know what? We're going to be asking them for money. We're going to be asking them for housing money, and we're going to be asking them for transit money, and we want to make sure that we're professional. And my concern is that this is very divisive and partisan, and we're taking a very specific stand against one particular level of government. That's very risky. We need to be professional in the way we communicate as a municipality. So I have real problems with this. I don't have problems with the concerns about Bill C-51. I agree with those concerns. I think there's absolutely room for that debate and discussion, but there are forums where we can communicate that. Councillor George has even suggested the Police Services Board is a good example of that. There are other forums where we can talk to our MP, we can voice those concerns as individuals, but we are a level of government here. So we need to really think about how do we want to communicate. So for that reason, I will vote against this motion. I will ask council to do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I return the chair.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? Councillor McLaren, you can speak last if there's nobody else. Councillor McLaren.
Thank you. So to answer some of the objections, yes, it's good that we got the other opposition parties. I should have thought of that. With regards to some of the language being inflammatory, You'll notice that it's in the future or subjunctive tense, meaning it's not referring to an actual state of affairs, but a possible future state of affairs. And where do we draw the line with regards to what we talk about? I submit to you that this is a human rights issue. Human rights does not fall neatly into levels of government, municipal, provincial, or federal. And in that sense, because we are all human and we all have rights and they're about to be infringed, I'm asking is that we just ask them to rethink it. We're not asking them to change massively, just the parts that people are complaining about. Perhaps that they'll be elucidated properly through other institutions. And the idea that this was directed towards our police force is not true, for the simple reason that, first of all, it's subjective, but also we've never used security certificates, which was the example given in that particular clause. Only Ottawa, Montreal, and Toronto have done that. And I certainly hope that they are never used here. That's what this message is for, to try and encourage, try and support, try and give another reason, another force in the calculus of political expediency to protect our rights and freedoms. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we will call the vote. The motion as amended. And that loses by a vote of 5 to 8. There are no notices of motion tonight. Minutes, Mr. Clerk.
It's moved by Councillor Camden, seconded by Councillor Turner, that the minutes of the City Council meeting number 2015-10 held Tuesday, March 3rd, 2015 be confirmed.
And call the vote. And that carries. It's tabling of documents. We have a number of communication items. Is there any other business? Seeing none, we will move to bylaws. Mr. Clerk. Oh. Okay. Mr. Clerk, ask for bylaws.
We have a number of pecuniaries, so we're going to do the 3 planning bylaws for the Princess Street Podium application first. So Councillor Camden and Councillor O'Shell, please sign out, and then we'll do those first, and then we'll come back to the regular one. Let's move by Councillor Turner, second by Councillor George, that bylaws 14 through 16 be given their first and second reading.
Please vote. And that carries.
It's moved by Councillor Bohm, second by Councillor Osanek, that bylaws 14 through 16 be given their third reading.
Please vote. And that carries.
This is moved by Councillor Turner, second by Councillor George, that bylaws 1 through 5 and 9 through 13, 17, 18, and 24 and 25 be given their first and second reading.
Please vote. That carries.
So it's moved by Councillor Holland and second by Councillor Allen that Clause 11.34 of Bylaw 2010-1 be suspended for the purpose of giving Bylaws 17 and 18 three readings.
Please vote. That carries.
It's moved by Councillor Turner and seconded by Councillor Turner that bylaws 9 through 13, 17, 18, 20 through 23, and 25 be given their third reading. Actually, it's Councillor Turner and Councillor Stanek.
Please vote. And that carries. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Turner, seconded by Deputy Mayor Bohm. Please vote. Still one person left to vote. Please don't leave before you vote. Still one person left to vote. Okay, no one can actually leave until we've all voted. There we go. We're adjourned. Thank you very much.